tell you something.
Yeah?
It's something that I've been thinking about telling you for a long time, but it was one of those things where I wasn't sure how, or when, because I didn't know how you'd take it. But then, after we all talked the other night, I realized that I should just say it anyway, because no matter what, I know I would regret it more later if I didn't. Who knows how many more chances I might get? So I thought about it. A lot. What the right words were. And I just couldn't figure it out. So I didn't prepare. I'm just saying this, somehow, and hoping. God, I'm actually saying this, aren't I? There's something I want you to know. Miho, I used to think that there was no way someone like you could exist. Someone who looks at the world like you do, and is honest about what you see. The good and the bad. And at the same time, someone who doesn't realize just how much she has to offer. Just how much she makes... You make people happy. But here you are. Maybe meeting you used up all my luck for the rest of my life. But here you are. And I love you. And I just couldn't keep not telling you that. In case maybe you love me too. I couldn't keep just hoping and wondering and not knowing. And now that I've said it, it feels so good to have out there. I love you, Miho. I love you. At first, I wasn't sure because everything seemed too perfect and unreal. I thought that I was just letting myself get carried away like I always do. A silly little daydream, but it's true. It makes me feel silly how much already. When I think of how utterly stupid it always sounded to me when reading about love at first sight. But how could it be anything else? I don't believe in coincidence, Miho. My life was changed the moment I saw you. I just didn't know it yet. Now I do. Now we both do. I love you, Miho. It's out there, and I can't take it back.
Shh. Don't tell me.
I said it now before I leave for a reason. Because I thought you might say that tomorrow. Whatever it is you feel, I'll hear it then. Well, that's it. All I have to say, I suppose. As if that wasn't one of the most important things I've ever said in my life. That's my bus. So, I'll see you tomorrow, Miho. And no matter what, it's okay. If we just carry on being friends like normal, I'm fine with that. More than fine. I'm just glad that I took the chance to tell you. May I give you a goodbye hug?
Yeah.
Bye, Miho.
Bye.
You know I love you lots, right? Of course I do! Love you lots too!
Hi, Papaya. How y'all doing? Hi, Kimmy. I see you like, listen to Aspen make a love confession. I see you're a big Aspen fan. How are y'all doing? Welcome back. It is Sabbath Sunday once again. Woo! Big happy. Big excite. We're back with more Ethel. We're back with more Her Love Like Poison. Last time, we... Did we... the last time we... Yes, we woke up from our first encounter with Mysterious Girl, who was very pretty. And... Was it that night or the day after? No, it's one more day after. Yes. 11.
What are you smiling about all of a sudden?
You!
Ebi-Hime resubbed for 11 months. 11.
Thank you, Akimi, for the resub for 11 months. Also, you got the Aspen one. I think there's different variants. I forgot. I'm pretty sure there's other ones. You got the Aspen one. Very hilariously fitting. Hilariously fitting. You got the Aspen one. Yeah. How was I? Yeah. Last time we woke up, Ethel woke up. I say we. Ethel woke up from her first encounter with the Mysterious Girl. Look at her. This is Ethel, our sweet baby girl, waking up in the morning. We love her. We woke up, had a pretty normal first day, pretty normal day, I think she had. And then, in the evening, of course, she went to go meet the Mysterious Girl again at the church. And then they once again, they kind of, women, adorable women. They did some kissing again. Kissing a stranger in a church, very normal thing. Known over 2 days, 2 nights even, and just start smacking, just start kissing. And some would say it's spoopus dreams, and I'm a bit jealous of Ethel. Getting able to meet a lovely woman, meet a lovely lady, and then just automatically And then she woke up next day, and then she started coughing up spores. Very normal things. Very normal things. And she wasn't very hungry, but she had to eat something, so she had some food. I think she tried to eat a cherry pie from the fridge, but then a bit way through, she realized the crust of the pie had become moldy. And disgusting. I had to throw it out. Sadly, so she didn't get to eat a lovely cherry pie that her mother painstakingly made, painstakingly baked. Stress baking before they went on a vacation. And so Ethel had to go to the corner shop to begrudgingly buy some more food because we gotta eat, sadly, we gotta eat. I realize you can't hear the sounds of the game. I've got to turn that setting on. That's a good thing I realize that now, before too later. Too much late. There we go. Now we have sounds of the game. There we are. I know you hear the lovely ominous music in the click-clacks of the options. ADHD intensifies. But yeah, and then she ran into her old teacher again, who, brought her to his house to have some tea and have a little chat. And now Ethel has gone back home, and she's getting ready for her third and last midnight rendezvous with the girl, because after tonight, allegedly, she said that she has to go home. Her parents are picking her up and taking her home. Her being the Mysterious Girl. Ethel is still at still here for apparently, and still stuck in what's it called again? Augsbury, I believe it was called Augsbury. For the rest of the holiday, kind of home alone because her parents and family are gone to Australia. So that's fun. It's a fun little thing. And yeah, it's we're gonna. I was gonna go meet the girl at the church again, in the middle of the night, and absolutely nothing could go wrong. Truly, nothing could go wrong. What could go wrong? Absolutely nothing. That's for sure. Give me a second as I lips are a bit dry, so I'll have some chapstick on myself. And let us get the show on the road. Let's load my save. I have many saves. Many saves. It's the third night. Call of the Woods. Let's see what is up. She burst out the house, locking it behind her, and headed out into the night. She soon left Augsbury's cozy, crampy streets behind her, to the forest which fringed it. Ethel didn't hesitate before stepping foot amongst the trees. There was nothing to tie her to Augsbury, and nobody to tell her to stop. Nobody save herself. But why would she? She didn't want to stop. She wanted to see the girl again, which meant she had to press on. Ethel walked, and she walked, and she walked, the path lit by the moon and by Jude's old torch. Torch, by the way, if you're wondering, torch is a flashlight for us non-Europeans. It's a flashlight. If you're wondering why she's carrying around a torch this whole time, not a flaming torch, a flashlight torch. Carefully, she navigated the forest, dodging a root here and a grouse bush there. Hi, possum. Women! Women! How are you doing? Hope you're having a lovely Sunday so far. I have been chilling, playing Uma, W Place. A lovely morning so far. Hope you're having a good morning as well. Good Sunday. And yeah, welcome in. Welcome in, women. Love ourselves some women. Love ourselves some women! The ground wasn't even, and still muddy after the torrential rain from a few days prior. Once Ethel's foot twisted, but she was able to regain her balance. She wasn't going to fall over face first before meeting the girl. She wouldn't let herself. She wanted to give the girl a better last impression of her than that. I stopped that really because I fucking couldn't process the words I was reading. My brain's fucking weird. Anyways, eventually, Ethel escaped the tall trees which towered about her and stepped into the clearing. She could see St. Catherine's in front of her, solidly immovable, as it had been during the previous 2 nights when she'd come across the aged building. St. Catherine's looked as it always had, coated in the inky darkness of the night. But there was something different about the church that night. Something which made Ethel pause. The light wasn't on in the window, and the door was tightly closed. Ethel didn't see the hairline crack in the church's entrance, which had become so very familiar, nor the candlelight which spilled out of it. Instead, the church was sealed shut, airtight like an Egyptian sarcophagus of eras bygone. The church seemed hollowed out and empty, a dull, dismal shadow of its former self. Ethel approached the church hesitantly, her gait as slow and uncertain as a newborn's deer. Was the girl really there? Ethel wanted to believe so. The girl had said that she would be waiting for her, but she couldn't detect any trace of life about the old stone building. The nighttime air was cold, yes, but there was no breeze to it. It was as quiet as the grave. It seemed unlikely that the girl would shut up inside the church. We shut up inside the church, which now felt so very devoid of life, still singing her alluring siren song. Ethel couldn't imagine that. She was having a hard time picturing the girl at all, now that it had been almost a full 24 hours since the last she had seen her. What did the girl look like? What did she sound like? Ethel was sure that she had been beautiful, but she was sure of this in only a very vague, half-formed sense. Too vague and half-formed to be sure at all. She had thought the girl perfect, but perfection didn't exist. That's a bit concerning, but you know, I mean, what do you mean? What are you talking about? Nothing concerning about this at all. This is very normal, you know? You barely know, you're only there for 2 days. It's very easy to forget faces. It's not like I remember almost everyone's face I've met, even though I've met some in June, like all the people I've interacted with properly, and even if I only interacted for like less than an hour, I totally don't remember that. Totally don't remember the face of that one VTuber I met in line waiting for in a meet and greet. Totally don't remember everyone's. Anyways, rambling about nothingness. Anyways, and yeah, don't worry about it. It's very normal. Very normal. But no, again, nothing could go wrong. This is a very normal thing. But not even. Fucking right. Not even Shania, all her pretenses of the contrary, had been perfect. How could the girl be otherwise? It was just, for all her she had adored Ethel, an ordinary girl. Or was she? Ethel approached the church slowly, her soles crunching the tall, unkempt grass underfoot. St. Catherine's was a small, gaunt church, but its shadows soon swallowed her, drowning Ethel in a deep, inky darkness. Ethel reached out, her right arm trembling. She pressed her palm against the door, which seemed curiously impenetrable in the dark, the wood of too firm and thick to give way beneath her fingers. Then she pushed. The church's door dwarfed Ethel to such a degree she was almost surprised when they gave way beneath her palms. The door opened with a low, guttural creaking which swelled in silence. It sounded oddly live, like a groaning monster hauled from the bottom of some dark, deep abyss. Maybe it was some kind of omen. Some sort of an omen. Ethel couldn't help but recall Mr. Brown's warnings from a few days prior. His warnings about the mysterious missing girl. I want to get lost. And to know what happened to Delaney. To the Delaney girl, don't you? Got true. Of course Ethel remembered the Delaney girl. Her mother had talked about her incessantly after her disappearance. But nothing like that was going to happen to Ethel. It wasn't interesting enough to be allured, abducted even, and her life was much too mundane. That's what they all say, actually. Everything about her was almost painfully ordinary. Painfully ordinary. Oh. But you're so pretty, nonetheless, aren't you? We love Ethel, though. Look at her. Look at Ethel. Look at the cutie. We love her. I love her big hair. Love everything about her. You're not ordinary. You're very adorable. In your open jacket. Big fan of open jacket. Open jacket? Open shirts? Big fan. Big fan. I love the character design. Ethel had always thought she was ordinary. At least, but the girl didn't seem to think so. She had always been affectionate, but did she really mean it? Ethel frowned as she gave the door to the church another push. Then, she stepped inside. She was eager to see the girl again, to speak to her, to ask her whether she would text her when she left Oaksbury, and if she would still remember her. But the interior of St. Catherine's was pitch black. St. Catherine's, in the stillness of the night, was dark, the air cool. It felt a bit like stepping foot inside a vault, the vast, ceilinged crypt, which Ethel supposed it was. There was one of the functions of a church, past being the place of worship. The flagstone which Ethel walked upon were built over a veritable mountain of corpses. This place was a living, breathing boneyard. People thought the famous Sedlic Ojury was the fuck is a Sedlic Ojury? What the fuck is a Sedlic Ojury? The fuck's a Sedlic Ojury? Or Church of Bones, a small chapel with bone. What the fuck? I'm sorry. The Sedlic Ojury is a Roman Catholic chapel located beneath infantry. Fucking. Oh, what the fuck? The Church of Bones. Everything made a. What the fuck? Everything made a bone in here. Fucking chandelier, candelabra, chandelier, and the coat of arms that are bones. What the fuck? Bones are everywhere in this shit. What the heck? That's a wild ass fucking church. The hell? Interior wild. Interior decorated to be wild, and what the fuck? People thought from the famous Sedlic Ossuary was grim, decorated as it was in ghastly, grinning skulls, but at least it was honest about it, what it was. It had no pretense. It was earnest. But this was something that people didn't always appreciate, particularly not when the topic of death was involved. Ethel inhaled. In the air, she smelled several centuries' worth of death. Then she turned. It was obvious that the girl wasn't there. There's no point hanging around. Maybe all this, the midnight meetings, have been some sort of cruel practical joke. Had that kiss too all been a piece of trickery? Perhaps the girl was there after all, hiding in the bushes, snickering as the door of the church slammed shut behind Ethel. Ethel was unsure whether this idea appealed to her more than the alternative, that the girl didn't care at all. Being treated as an object in mockery wasn't nice, but it was better than being ignored. If the girl had set this up as a means of hurting Ethel's feelings, then she had succeeded. That would at least mean that she cared about Ethel's feelings enough to want to hurt them. It was stone-cold apathy in the end, which would have really undone Ethel. Ethel stood mutely beneath the moonlight for a few moments, nibbling on a hangnail. There was no point waiting around if the girl wasn't going to appear. It was cold and it was late. The night sky overhead was overcast. Maybe it would rain again. Ethel didn't want to get caught up in the downpour. She should leave. There was nothing waiting for her here. Not without the girl. But now Ethel was beginning to worry she might have arrived too late. Perhaps the girl had arrived after all, and she had already departed. They had never agreed upon a fixed time for the meeting. The girl had been imaginingly vague about it, and as she was about everything. Part of Ethel enjoyed this vagueness. It gave their meetings a greater aura of mystery, an aura of sophistication. I'm sorry. But it had made arranging things difficult. Do. Well, I fucking ripped the earbud out of my ear by accident. Whoopsies. Love when I do that. With no fixed time to work with Ethel. With no fixed time to work with, Ethel didn't know who to blame for what had occurred. Had she been too early? Had she been too late? Had the girl come and gone? Or had she never come at all? Ethel continued to stand there, dithering, worrying her hangnail. She bit it hard until the nail splintered between her teeth. She bit the nail too close to the quick and fast. In fact, that her mouth soon filled with hang of copper. Her tongue was tingling. Christ. Ethel sighed, invoking the name of the Holy Sun. Ethel couldn't think of a more appropriate place to do so, as she did, at a church, as one does. Christ. What was she doing, loitering about outside the church so late at night? 10 minutes must have passed, if not more. She was being a fool. Why did she think the girl would appear? She should have learned her lesson already with Clementine. Hope only ever seemed to give way to despair. It squared her shoulders. Then she set off. She would put the girl behind her, pretend this had never happened. That would be for the best, if it would spare her fragile ego. I thought it ought to be taken for a fool, not when she felt foolish so frequently, regardless. I swore by accident. Oopsie daisies. Wait a second, I need to copy the camera. Why is it my eyes are closed? Oh, that's right, I looked down, never mind. My eyes are closed because I'm looking down at my monitor down here. It's fine, don't worry. I didn't want to be taken for a fool. Not when she felt foolish so frequently, regardless. She stalked off, malforming and misshapen the grass beneath her soles when... Why, hello, the stranger. Where do you think you're going? Oh? Ethel grasped in the alarm as a sudden, unexpected darkness descended, one even deeper than the darkness which had previously shrouded her. At least that darkness had been alleviated, if only a little by the night moonlight. This darkness, however, was far more complete. She might very well have poured ink into her eyeballs. Ethel couldn't see. For a few moments, she forgot how to think. Now, why have you gone all stiff? Don't tell me you're scared. Don't tell me you're scared, you. But a familiar voice, a scant few centimeters away from her ear, restored Ethel's senses. She recognized that voice. It belonged to somebody she knew. Not well, perhaps, but well enough. It was the girl. Who else would it be? Would it have been? Ethel couldn't think of many other people in Augsbury they had mad enough to wander this far into the woods, all the way to St. Catherine's at this time of night, and without a prior appointment even. Why had she been so anxious? The girl drew her hands away from Ethel's eyes and sat back. She looked just like she had always did, her dress simple, her hair short and dark. Pretty woman. Pretty lady, love her. Look at her. So cute, love her. So pretty. I love it. Ethel thought the girl's hair, which was as dark as a raven's feathers, looks green, was pretty when viewed in the flickering candlelight of the church. Outside, however, it seemed almost too dark, as though she and the shadows were one undulating, amorphous blob. The girl's skin, meanwhile, seemed too pale, her dress oddly flimsy given how late it was. Wasn't she cold? Ethel examined the girl questioningly. Though Ethel knew her, she certainly seemed like a stranger. Maybe it was because she had never seen the girl outside the church before. Ethel must have gone... English words. Ethel must have begun to link the girl and St. Catherine's together, coupling them until they were one symbiotic organism. One could not function without the other. The girl, without the backdrop of St. Catherine's nave, might very well have been missing a limb or an eye or her mouth. The girl's lips, however, were very much present, and they were curled upwards into a familiar crescent moon smile. Were you looking for me? If so, that's very sweet. Oh, yes, I thought maybe I was too late, or too early, or... I don't know. I thought that I wouldn't show up at all. Ethel fell silent. Anxiously, she gnawed at the inside of her cheek. This wasn't necessarily something she wanted to admit to. It made her feel uncomfortably vulnerable. But she noted all the same. She couldn't hide anything from the girl. The girl's voice might have been light, but her eyes were sharper than knives. Well, you don't need to worry about that. I'd never stand you up. Do you think I'd be so cruel? No, I don't. I didn't mean it like that. I just meant... You didn't think that you were worth waiting for? Well, maybe? Jeez. I thought that was probably the case. You silly thing. I wish you had more self-confidence. That might be quite the big wish. I did get that feeling, yes. You shouldn't be so down on yourself, though. You're a nice girl. Well, no decent person would ever leave you in a church, in the lurch, even. In the lurch in the church, in the church in the lurch. Yes, a merch. Was that so? Ethel sighed. The girl ought to try telling that to Catherine. Clementine, even. Not Catherine. Clementine. I would have come earlier, actually, but I got a little bit caught up. Caught up? I was doing things. What things? Just things. It doesn't matter now, though. I've got everything under control, which means we can spend a lot of time together, provided you want to, of course. Well, of course I want to. Ethel replied quickly, perhaps too quickly. Then she winced. Why did she have to sound so eager? That was so uncool. Not Ethel supposed that she had ever been cool. Do people even use the word cool anymore? Good question, Ethel. I do. I think the word cool is pretty cool. I think you're pretty cool. I think Ethel's pretty cool and pretty and cute and adorable and huggable. That was also dated. Just like everything else about Ethel. It is in TV shows, her favourite music, and her fashion sense. What fashion sense? Ethel wondered if the girl would judge her for her blatant enthusiasm. Wasn't she a little excessive? But good. I'm glad. I don't know actually about you, but I've been looking forward to it all day. You have? Yeah. You're the only person around here I can really talk to. Or at least, you're the only person I think is interesting enough to talk to. I don't want to waste your time with anybody. I don't want to waste my time with anybody else. But you're special. Special? Yep. I said so. So it must be true. You can trust me. The girl giggled, and after a pause, Ethel found herself giggling too. There was something infectious about the girl's laughter. She really couldn't help herself. I'm looking forward to having a girly chat. Just the two of us. But I don't think I want to stay in Kinsey Cats tonight. Not when it's my last day here. I think I'd rather go for a walk. That is, you don't mind? Oh, Ethel blinked. She was surprised to find that for some inexplicable reason that she didn't mind this. I mean, what's so wrong about walking around in a forest in the dead of the night with a stranger you barely know? Nothing weird about that at all. It's very safe, very normal. Again, nothing bad could ever happen to this. Nothing bad could ever happen. It's a very normal situation. What could go wrong? Absolutely fucking nothing. That's for sure. Absolutely nothing could go wrong. She read quite a lot, actually. The word stranger danger. The word stranger danger flickered unbidden inside her head. Once more, she remembered the missing Delaney girl, who had vanished into the woods without a trace. One second, maybe. Shouted by nothing of importance. Again, goddamn my ability to say I'm distracted. It's great. It's so good it doesn't exist. But surely she was being foolish. It seemed unlikely that the girl meant to lead Ethel into the woods to just dismember her. She didn't look like a serial killer, and neither did she act like one. That's not how that works. Anyone could be a serial killer, Ethel. Given the right motive. No, there's no serial killer look. But sure, Ethel. I mean, what do you talk about? Nothing bad could happen with following this mysterious girl into the woods, having a nice walk around. Nothing could go wrong. Nothing at all. Nothing could possibly go wrong. Nothing. She did not seem to be in possession, either, of a saw or any other potentially lethal instruments with sharp, serrated edges. Ethel was just being paranoid. Why was she such a coward? That's alright, I don't mind. You don't mind, do you? The girl tittered, and Ethel got the feeling, though she tried to squish it, that the girl was making fun of her. I thought you'd say that, but it's good to get some clarification, regardless. I wouldn't want to drag you into anything you didn't want to. Now, you get going. The girl had out her hand, her stark white nail fingers extended in the dark for Ethel to take. I'd like to show you something. Oh, Ethel eyed the girl's hand uneasily. It hung in the air, suspended, much like the moon which hovered above their heads, above the slate roof of St. Catherine's. All of a sudden, the girl's hand seemed full of meaning, so much so Ethel shivered behind it. Shivered to what now? Shivered to behold it. I knew if I could read that properly in my brain the first time, and not correctly and out loud. A cold breeze blew about her, capturing the ends of her plates as they shifted. Plates? Plates. 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 The cord was twining with Ethel's ankles. It was brushing against her knees, the inside of her thighs. She couldn't stop shaking. The girl, however, was resolute. So immovable, she could have been carved out of stone. Her eyes obsidian. Though the breeze stirred her hair, it didn't seem to disturb her. Her hand didn't waver. The expression in her eyes, which were very dark, was pointed, almost unassailable. Ethel stared into those irises, and as she did, She felt herself trembling. When she swallowed, she could taste the cold, crisp air on her tongue. That, alongside the undercurrents of something unpleasantly fusty. What was it? Leaf milk, maybe? Moss? Ethel wasn't sure, but... Oh. Hello? Did you hear me? I thought I was talking loudly enough. Even if it is pretty windy. I said... The girl cleared her throat, with an inaudible ahem, one which sounded staged, then said, her palm still suspended in the air. Would you come with me? There's something I'd like to show you. Something that's very important to me. Unless you're afraid I might lead you astray. Oh, no, I'm not afraid. I'll come with you. Across the churchyard, grass and stayed wintry, and either across the churchyard, Ethel crossed the churchyard, grass and stray wintry leaves crunching underfoot. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Then took the girl's hand. The girl's fingers enclosed around hers. Ethel gasped. She was stuck once again, as she had been in the church, by how very cold her palm was. There's something unnatural about it. Hand-holding! 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 Scandalous! Hand-holding! Oh my god! Hand-holding! Scandalous! Oh wow! Was that normal? Good. I knew I could count on you. You're such a good girl, Ethel. Now, come on. Let's go. I have a lot I'd like to show you. If you think you can keep up, that is. Hand in hand, let yourself be led astray. Pretty. Look at her. She's so pretty. Women. Women. It was without any further preamble that the girl turned, her dark hair fluttering in her wake as she walked. The girl might have been slender, less like a flesh and blood ballerina, and more like a fragile china figure of one. But her grip around Ethel's hand was surprisingly firm. Her fingers pressed against Ethel's skin, hard and uncompromising, like steel in Ethel's grasp. And Ethel gasped. She hadn't realized that the girl was so very strong. There's something a touch unnatural about her sheer force the girl was capable of exuding with that slight frame of hers. But a touch of surreality had tinged her initial encounter from the very beginning, when Ethel had found her singing in the church. Their meeting had felt something from a dream. Maybe this was a fantasy after all. The way the girl moved nimbly, navigating the trees which surrounded them, certainly felt like something from a dream. She made no noise, like a minnow swimming through the stream. Ethel, meanwhile, was far less coordinated. She was clumsy, and her feet made no sort of noise as they trampled the grass and leaves in her wake. She almost stumbled, but the girl's grip on her hand didn't waver. The further into the forest they delved, the firmer her grip upon Ethel's hand seemed to become. The trepidation that Ethel had first felt when the girl had extended out her hand doubled, humming like a second heartbeat in the base of her throat. She could taste the earth when she swallowed it. It was so potent, she felt as though she was choking on it. Her mouth might as well have been stopped up with soil. She kept walking on and on and on, and as the minutes elapsed, what had been hours, Ethel's feet began to sting. Her shoes were beginning to feel like a a constricting prison, one which squeezed her without mercy. Her hand, meanwhile, was aching. Why was the girl's grip so very tight? Why was the girl gripping so very tightly? Ethel had half a mind to ask the girl to relinquish her grasp, if only a little, to assuage her aches and pains. But though those queries danced upon her lips, she didn't express them. It seemed doubtful if the girl would reply to her, and Ethel also began to doubt the girl's intentions. Her fingers curled around Ethel's tightly and possessively, and as they did, Ethel was struck with a discomforting sense of wrongness. There was something strange. She was only now beginning to realize with the girl's hand. Her flesh was yielding, so much so, Ethel had to wonder whether there existed any bones at all within the hands of hers. If she didn't have bones, however, then how could she be gripping her? How could she have gripped her, and so strongly too? There's something strange about the girl's touch. There's something strange about the girl's full stop. This night had been nothing other than bizarre, but Ethel's surprises had yet to cease. There were more nightmares than cover, nightmares which Ethel had never before considered. Imagination simply was good enough. It was enough to preempt the sheer shock she received when the girl came to a halt and glanced back at her. She observed Ethel, their hands intertwined like a couple of lovers out on a midnight stroll. No. Well, no. Isn't this relaxing? Isn't this relaxing? I find this part of the forest quite pretty. Don't you agree? But there was nothing very lovely about Ethel's companion. The girl's smooth skin, which Ethel had once envied, had altered dramatically during their walk through the woods. It was no longer as fair as it had once been, and now there was very clear. The girl's skin seemed to have tarnished, her flesh stripped away like wallpaper in an old house to reveal not a bone, but a cluster of white growths which protruded from her skin. They were mushrooms. The girl's eyes, which had always been dark, now looked oddly bright. Halogen lamps, which flickered in the gloom. The girl still possessed the features one needed to be recognizable as a Homo sapien: 2 arms, 2 legs, a head, the suggestion of a nose, and a dark pitted cavern of a mouth. But she looked like no person Ethel had ever seen before. She didn't even look like any monsters Ethel had seen on the television screen, crafted with stage makeup and cleverly concealed prosthetics. She looked like something from a nightmare, so removed from Ethel's comprehension that she didn't know how to define her. Ethel's thoughts seemed to have ground in the moment the girl turned to glance at her, to a halt, slowing, then stuttering. The girl must have noticed Ethel's disorientation and the distress which accompanied it, but it didn't seem to bother her. Maybe she'd been expecting it. The girl smiled, a dark, demonic sort of smile which rivaled the blackness of the night which hung about them. The girl's dark hair had once been luxurious, but now it looked strangely brittle, like straw. Her body seemed to be undulating ever so faintly, as if animated by some unholy energy. Ah, holes. Oh, there's holes in her. Oh, I don't like the holes in her. I don't like the holes. Can I get rid? Can we get rid of the holes, please? Thank you. I vote we get rid of the holes from the girl. I'm not a big fan of holes in her arms and chest. I don't like holes. I don't like them. Not a fan. Not a fan of hole. My trypophobia does not like that. I hate it. Big sad. Big ick. Big ick. Big ick. Anyways. The body seemed to be undulating, ever so faintly, as if animated by some unholy energy. More mushrooms were sprouting from the inside of her neck, her collarbone, her right cheek. There were mushrooms in her hair, garlands of them, like a crown of flowers. The mushrooms, some white and ghostly, others dun brown, flattened in the crevices of her arms and between the tips of her fingers. Mushrooms were swallowing her, flourishing as they always did on the carcasses of old, dry, dead things. The girl herself, with her straw-like hair and her patchy, discolored skin, might very well have been a dead thing herself. The way she spoke was dry and raspy, as though she were enunciating through a mouthful of gravel. You... Ethel stared at the girl, as the creature in front of her, which had once been a girl, with wide, frantic eyes. What are you? Do you really have to ask? I'm not so very different, you know, from the girl you were talking to before. We're still the same person, though maybe person is the wrong word to describe me. Slowly, the girl laughed. It was an awful sound, dry and scraping, like a tree branch drumming against the wood chime, window pane even. Sounds that shivers down Ethel's spine, shivers she couldn't control. It was cold outside, but the girl's voice was even icier. Don't look so frightened. You have nothing to worry about. I'm not going to hurt you. Have I ever done anything to upset you before? Mutely, Ethel shook her head. She wasn't sure what to say in the face of Night's Mare. There was no words. There were no words, even. There were no words. There, you see. There's no need to fret. If anything, you should be flattered that you've been able to see us like this. We don't show ourselves in this form to many people. Only people we trust receive this privilege. That means you're special. I don't... Ethel swallowed. Then when she did, she could taste the cold air in the back of her throat. As frightened as the girl looked now, with her aqueous eyes, but were they eyes? And the mushrooms like barnacles sprouting from her greenish bluish skin. The compliment still made Ethel's heart flutter. The pathetic, pitiful parts of her that had always yearned for acceptance still appreciated the girl's kind words. But another part of her shrunk away from them, shaking. I don't understand. You said you're the same as always. That's correct. But you're not human, are you? Ethel winced the moment this query left her lips. It sounded so stupid, hackneyed, but beyond belief. It was the sort of thing she'd heard in Supernatural. I never she'd imagined that she might end up saying such a corny line. How in the world had this happened? Ethel's face began to flush. Spread the cold from embarrassment. It seems like she would never be cool. She simply didn't have it in her. She was too large, too unwieldy, too awkward. Oh, very astute. The girl didn't seem to mind that. She giggled, the sound oddly mouldy, muffled by the mushroom which were now beginning to push their way out of her mouth. Monster! You're right. We're not human. Or at least, not as you understand it. We are much, much more than one individual consciousness. We are much more than a single individual, and we have been allowed to spread for too long. Our host was a human once. We have long since consumed her body. There are pieces of her consciousness left, of course, but she's become so deeply intertwined with us that it's hard to differentiate her from the rest of us. We're all one and the same. Your host? That's right. She was a girl, an ordinary girl, just like you. We met in the woods a few years ago, and she took to us at once. She opened up to us and told us all the secrets. She gave us every last little bit of herself and her soul. And then she devoured her. Girl? Ethel gasped. Are you talking about the Delaney girl? Delaney? The monster frowned. There was a pause. Then, oh, yes. That was her last name. Delaney. We know her so as Isolde. Isolde. No, she really was a sweet thing. So kind and trusting. She used to attend a choir, and she loved singing. She had the loveliest voice, as you should know full well. We did try to make the most of it, before her vocal cords began to deteriorate. We loved talking with her. All she ever wanted was a friend. She told us that nobody could remember if she disappeared, that nobody would be at all upset if she disappeared. She said that nobody remembered her name. And she was right. The poor thing. I was following. We have it. Thank you for the 100 in stretch pasta. And stretch. Thank you. I'm being pinged. What's the ping for? What's it about? ICB. It worked. I can't believe it. I can't. ICB. I can't believe it worked. Sorry. Fucking acronyms. Reading acronym. Anyways, sorry. Fucking Discord message got pinged. I was like, what is this ping for? It's a message on the server. Replying to a message I sent. It's fine. Anyways. Looks like everybody's forgotten her now. But we have. She'll never be alone now. She'll always be a part of me. My eyes were her body. The monster took a step forth. It juttered as it did. A few mushrooms which flecked its body peeled away, dropping to the ground like feathers. It can no longer deal with the strain. We filled her lung with too much spores. Too many spores. And her brain, too. Her heart still beats, though. Barely. It's a pity. We know that Isolde is very attached to her body. We can't keep using it. There's only so much use we can get out of a host once its body finally begins to break down. Then you... Ethel trumped. Then she inhaled. All she could smell was decay. You're... some sort of fungus. That's right. We're a fungus. The only one, as far as we know, of our kind. That at least gave Ethel some sense of relief. She was glad to know that there were not more fungal abominations such as this one. French creatures. More intelligent than a fungus ought to be, which lived in the nervous system of another animal. But she didn't like the small woodland... But she didn't like to think of small woodland creatures. Squirrels, rabbits, and moles. Being possessed by a creature like this, their own selfhood assimilated into an awful, abominable... abominable hive mind. I read that correctly the first time. It sounded a little like being eaten alive. But it was an act of cannibalism performed. Not with teeth on flesh, but spawns into the brain itself. It was a cannibalism that worked inside out, pulling a person or an animal out entirely. Eventually, the possessed lost sight of who they were. They became a shell of their former self, if they retained sense of self at all. We have lived in this forest for centuries, the ride from one host to another in an endless chain. But that's neither here nor there. We don't think that is very interesting. Our old host has already run her course. Wowie zowie! Look, oh, this is kind of hot. This kind of hot though. It's kind of hot. This is kind of hot. It's kind of hot. That's kind of hot. Kind of hot. Also, this is the thumbnail kind of for all my streams. I'm having cute. Kind of hot though. Kind of hot. Kind of hot. Big fan of this fictional scenario. The monster took another step forward, then another, mushroom slowing off its body with every step. Ethel, meanwhile, took a step back. She could feel her heart in the base of her throat, a cold, hard thing like a marble. She would have turned to run if she could, but her body didn't want to listen to her. Her legs had locked up. Taking another step back was the only act of insubordination she felt capable, in that moment, of offering up. But it still wasn't enough. Ethel felt a resistance inside behind her. Could feel something rough pressed against her spine through the fabric of her clothing. The monster had backed her into a tree. Now there was really nowhere she could run. The monster was upon her. One Phineas' arm outreached. Phineas. Sinuous. Sinuous arm. That tiniest. One sinuous arm outstretched. It took Ethel's cheek, palming it, so Ethel grasped. Then, its voice low, it said, "But all is not lost. You are here, and you care for us. You said so yourself. You wouldn't let us die, won't you?" I don't. We know that you wouldn't. You're a good girl, Ethel. A kind girl. You're always putting others before yourself. Even when they hurt you. You would say you ought to stand up for yourself more. Once again, the monster chuckled, a warping of its host's vocal cords, which sounded unnatural. But we think it best that you don't. We know you want to change, but we like you just the way you are. We like how soft you are. How sweet. We like that you're so reliable. And we like that you want to be liked so much. It's very endearing. You're a silly thing, but we think you're very sweet. The monster leant in, the wind catching its dry, dead hair. For a moment, Ethel could see the girl's face anew. Could see how dark, her dark eyes burrowing into her unencumbered by the parasitic fungus which had protruded from her sockets. But then, the monster leant in. It parted its lips as it pressed its mouth against Ethel's own. The monster's breath smelt of mildew. It tasted like a tomb. That was fitting, then, given Ethel's mounting confidence that this would be where she would die. The monster would consume her, just like it had done to Isolde, Delaney, to Chloe, who had gone missing all those years ago. That all the other girls Ethel knew had vanished deep in Oxbury's woods. Like a parasite, the monster meant to devour her from the inside out. Nothing Ethel could do. She was too weak to fight it off. Ethel had always been too weak. Ethel had been desperate for any crumbs of affection she could scrounge ever since Clementine had left her. Her parents had tried, Ethel supposed, but her father had always been too busy, her mother too self-absorbed. I'm just the microphone a bit, trying to do silly things with the microphone. Wait, don't worry about it. It's not important. Their love had never been enough to satisfy Ethel. She was always wanted more. She'd wanted. She had wanted. Had she really wanted this? There was no affection in the monster's kiss. It was instead an act of violence. The monster meant to impress itself upon Ethel to make her to its own desires. There was something she could do about it. The monster might not have had a nose, not a real one, but it did have a tongue. Ethel felt its tongue, a diseased lump of a thing, half rotted away, nudge against her own, and she gagged. She felt like she was going to be sick. Would it repel the monster? She wondered, wearily. If she vomited, more black sludge against its mouth? Would he be disgusted enough by her poor conduct to draw away? Or would he keep kissing her? Ethel didn't know. Neither did she want to find out. The kiss was unpleasant enough, rank and furtive. without adding the taste of vomit to the equation. Ethel remembered, vaguely, as the monster kissed her, the slice of cherry pie she had eaten earlier. The pie had looked appealing enough, but that was only at a glance. Ethel had known something was wrong the moment she put it in her mouth. It had been moulding. Flecks of bluish-green scattered across on the side of the once immaculate crust, like some kind of illness. The taste of mouldy cherry pie wasn't so dissimilar to the taste of the monster's tongue, as it twined with Ethel's own. Ethel had been able to spit the ruined pie out of her mouth, but she couldn't do the same with the monster's tongue. She couldn't twist away from it. She didn't have enough strength. It felt like every kiss of the monster. It felt with every kiss that the monster was draining her further, sapping her of strength, bit by bit. So, her knees began to quake. The monster was kissing her more vigorously than anybody had before, almost as if to draw the breath clean out of her lungs. The monster was kissing her as though its very life depended on it, and perhaps it did. What was the fungus without its host? The monster needed Ethel to survive. That was why it was clinging to her. It needed her more than anybody else ever had. It needed her more than her parents, who had never bothered to understand her. More than her brothers, who had treated Ethel like a stranger. Much, much more than Clementine had finished with her, though she had said that they were always stay together. Clementine had promised, and at the time, Ethel had been naive enough to believe so. If only she hadn't cared so much. If only she hadn't wanted so badly to be wanted. But Ethel didn't have to worry about being wanted now. At least the monster would leave her. It couldn't. The monster needed Ethel more than she needed it. And nauseating thought, nauseating though the monster's kisses were, there was something almost appealing about this idea. Being wanted was nice, even if it would result in her own destruction. Clementine had destroyed her once already, shattering what little self-worth Ethel possessed. She had told Ethel they couldn't stay together, but Ethel had been too depressing to date, that she hadn't loved herself enough. How was I supposed to love you? Clementine had shouted. When you're always so negative. You're such a drag. I've been doing my best, but you're just not putting in any effort at all. It's almost like you want to be miserable. No. Ethel wanted to shout. This isn't true. That isn't true. I don't want to be miserable. I just want to know that you really love me. I don't want to feel like a burden. That had been Ethel's biggest worry in her relationship with the effortlessly cool, confident Clementine. She'd been afraid of dragging her girlfriend down. Ethel hadn't liked going to the clubs, not like Clementine. She hadn't liked drinking, and she'd always stood in the corner awkwardly whenever Clementine had invited her to parties. They simply weren't her thing. Clementine had always been pushing Ethel, trying to get her to join in. You're not going to have any fun if you don't make any effort, Ethel. But why had it always been on Ethel to make an effort? Why couldn't Clementine ever take her feeling into consideration? No, Ethel thought suddenly. The ultimate end of their relationship hadn't been her fault. not wholly. Clementine had claimed to love her, but she never really listened to her. She never really cared, even. But the girl, the monster, was different. It had at least listened to her, cared about her enough to try and console her, and even now it's trying to make Ethel's wishes come true. It was giving Ethel, it was giving her a place to belong. So what if the monster consumed her? Wasn't that what Ethel had always yearned for? Ethel would rather be consumed by something that loved her than suffer the pain and the loneliness and the indignity of being abandoned. The monster wouldn't abandon her, though. It couldn't. And maybe that was why Ethel relaxed into the monster's hot, intense kiss. Hey yo. Hey yo. Hey yo. Hey yo. Look at them. Look at them! Hey yo! Pretty. Look at her. Ethel is so cute. Girl. Mushroom girl is so cute as well. Big fan, big fan, big fan. Her eyelids shut, as though predestined. As they did, her thoughts began to blend together. Her strength, if she had any, indeed possessed any of it, was beginning to fail her. Her knees felt weak, and her legs were beginning to tremble. If it hadn't been for the tree itself against her, against which she was pushed, she might have tumbled to the forest floor. It felt as though the girl, the fungus, the creature, as it kissed her, was straining her. Ethel's skin was beginning to feel uncomfortably cold. Particularly the tips of her fingers, which were curled against the rock bark against which her body was pressed. The monster's mouth, meanwhile, was warm and wet, its tongue rough against her own. The monster bit down upon Ethel's lower lip, and Ethel gasped. Her vision was beginning to skew. The taste of decay in her mouth was stronger than ever before. It felt like the monster was filling her mouth with dirt. Its kisses didn't feel particularly affectionate. They were too animalistic. Yes, that's right. Someone just spoke in a raspy voice, low and sinister, as Ethel shuddered against it. Surrender, Ethel. You might as well. Who else would love you after all? What else? You're all there is. We're all that's left. All that's left. There's something else to go? There's nowhere else to go. Achievement unlocked. The monster bent in once more to press its mouth, which was more like a maw, against Ethel's neck. There, the monster bit. And there, it suckled, its teeth sharp as glass, scraping against Ethel's skin, so she squealed. Ethel felt the monster reaching for the hem of her skirt as it spoke. One hand, a dry, hard hand, then with sunken fingers, skinny as sticks, rocked up that long, dun brown fabric that obscured Ethel's pinkish thighs. Then, that same hand was pressed between Ethel's legs. It was against her, choking instantly. Before, with a pained gasp courtesy of Ethel, one which the monster swallowed with a demanding, destructive kiss. It was inside her. This wasn't the first time Ethel had done this. Or this had this done to her. She and Clementine experimented during the year they had been together. It had been inevitable, given the duration of their relationship and their mutual feelings for one another. Clementine had loved her, and Ethel had loved her in return. They had kissed, and they had cuddled, and they had done more besides. Clementine had stroked Ethel to climax numerous times. Ethel shuddered at all the smile and sighing, and wondering why Clementine bothered. Why did she like her so much? Why did she even see her? What did she even see in her? Ethel had known, but she didn't had it. She wanted to. In her earnest desire to understand, and her ever-present insecurities, she'd asked. She'd worried initially that she'd asked too much. But Clementine had assured her that it wasn't the case. She had told Ethel that she was not annoying. You can't be annoying me. You can't annoy me. It's just not possible. I like you too much. I think you're too cute. That was what Clementine had said in the beginning. But the sentiment of hers hadn't lasted. Ethel sometimes wondered when her continued desire for reassurance had gone from an endearing trait to an infuriating one. What had made Clementine change her mind? Perhaps there had been a clear, defined moment. There often wasn't. Not in cases like this. Resentment tended to build up slowly in relationships. Bit by bit, like sediment on the ocean floor, it often wasn't possible to know in the midst of it just how bad things had become. Ethel hadn't wanted to annoy Clementine. But it was too late for that. What she wanted didn't matter. Clementine might have worried about Ethel's consent before they did anything approaching the erotic, but she hadn't been asked for Ethel's consent before they'd broken up. That wasn't a thing that people tended to do before they broke up. They broke up their partners. That wasn't a thing that people tended to do before they broke their partners' hearts. So I just poked my earbud, which started violently loud fucking thud into my ear. Because that's how fucking things work. That's how vibration works. Vibration gets transferred from the earbud into my ear because fucking in my ear. Anyways. Ethel knew she was being unfair and irrational. She could remember thinking Clementine wasn't all that considerate at the end of the relationship. Clementine liked to posture herself as a good person. But she didn't realize just how much hurt she'd caused Ethel. Maybe she simply hadn't cared. Ethel wasn't sure, but you don't have to worry about that anymore. About anything now. The monster intoned its mouth against Ethel's ear, its teeth inhumanly sharp, like shards of glass. You're not with them. And we want us to stay together. We want to be with you for as long as your body can endure us. And unlike you humans with your empty promises, we really do mean it. That girl might have abandoned you, but we won't. We can't live without you. We need you, Ethel. So please, give yourself up to us. Ethel sighed as the monster pressed more kisses against her neck, her throat, her collarbone. The monster's fingers were still moving, all the while inside her, stirring her. Ethel could hear the dark, slick sound of her own sex, and she whimpered from it. This shouldn't have felt so good. There's something wrong about this. Something raw and visceral. But it had been a long time since anybody had touched her like this. And her own clumsy, ineffectual pawing in the bathtub didn't count. This monster might have been made of fungi, but it was still better at sexual assimilation than Ethel had ever been. Ethel wasn't sure what that said about her techniques. She didn't want to think about it. Could that have been another reason why Clementine had finished with her? Ayo. Ethel had suspected that Clementine had pretended to orgasm when they were intimate together, to spare Ethel the humiliation of not being able to satisfy her butt. Shh. The monster, perhaps knowing what Ethel was thinking, leant in, then brushed the stump of its nigh on non-existent nose with Ethel's. Don't say anything. But was it? Out loud, perhaps. We could tell. You're still thinking about her. What? But how do you... We know a lot of things. The monster spoke with a smile, one which looked disarmingly girlish and sweet alongside it. We know you've been let down a lot in life. That's why you don't trust us. You can't give up yourself. You can't give yourself up to us. You won't let yourself relax. But it'll be alright. We promise. Did you mean that? Naturally. We aren't lying. We have to take care of you, unlike that awful girl who broke your heart. You're going to be our new host, so we need to take good care of you. We won't hurt you. That'll be like hurting ourselves. We'll fill you up until there isn't any of you left to speak of. We'll become part of you, and you'll become part of us. You'll never have to be lonely again. The monster continued to scatter kisses against Ethel's skin like raindrops. It's... well, was it a her? There was enough of the girl left in its face, in its voice, that Ethel wasn't sure. Kisses stung. They were like curses. The kisses soothed. They were like blessings. Ethel's skin, which had been pinkish, was, as opposed to being so typically purely pale, began to bruise. Ethel's body was getting life, coming to life beneath the monster's muddied maw. Ripples of colour swirled across Ethel's throat and her neck, her clavicle and her collar. Her skin prickled. Her whole body shook. Then, clusters of fine, white-capped mushrooms began to sprout from the wreckage of Ethel's withering, wasting flesh. Ethel opened her mouth. Did you mean to scream? But was soon silenced. The monster's lips were against her own, the tongues tangled. The monster's breath tasted of compost. It tasted of earth and of dirt, and of the squirming, writhing insects which live within it. The monster's kisses left Ethel light-headed. It felt as though she was getting buried alive. Ethel was entombed in the darkness, entrapped, but the monster's kisses continued, over and over. Ethel could no longer breathe, so she didn't bother. The girl monster, had begun to warm its way inside her, as she had promised, their bodies becoming one. Ethel's thoughts blurred together. She didn't know what she was doing, nor what she was happening. What was happening? Which might have been why she cleaved before the monster's caresses. What was the point in trying to push the monster away? It would have its way with her regardless. It was fungus. It fed on death and decay, things which humans tended to fear. How could Ethel ever hope to overwhelm a creature like that? She was too much of a human. She was weak and fragile, just scared to death to fight against it. She could just avoid it. All she could do was accept it. Oh, Ethel. Monster drew back, then caressed Ethel's cheek with one hand. The hand which wasn't burrowed in between Ethel's legs. You know, just two hands. We know you've been struggling for such a long time. But you don't need to struggle anymore. We're here for you. We'll take good care of you. So, the monster. No, the girl. Dozens of girls. Exhaled. Ethel felt their breath against her earlobe, and she shuddered. The girls! It's all right. Don't fret. We'll be with you, and I'll never leave you. Isn't that what you've always wanted? Was this what I thought I always wanted? Ethel didn't know. She didn't have the words to express her feelings. But even if she had possessed the words, she wouldn't have been able to speak them. She couldn't talk anymore. Her mouth felt dry, as though it was stopped with cotton wool. She was choking on the air, on the atmosphere, on all of this raw, visceral affection. And she didn't care. If this was her death, what death was, then she would welcome it. It almost seemed silly now. As she succumbed to all these kisses, she had ever been so afraid of it. Why had she worried about death when she had always been petrified of being alive? This was life, it was life which was difficult. The waking up, the getting dressed, the long, grey days of nothingness, which stretched on for infinity. There was little she enjoyed in life, and the few things she loved had been bad for her. First it had been the violin. Then it had been the escapism that came with her favourite fantasy novels. Then it had been Clementine, but Clementine was gone now. Nobody to love her in her absence. Ethel drifted. She had just known how to fill her dull, grey days, and she languished. Being abandoned by Clementine had hurt. It hurt so much. Ethel worried she would never be able to recover from it. It felt like her heart had been disassembled, as if it were nothing more than a piece of old IKEA furniture. She had fallen apart. But the girl, who was many girls in one, was putting her back together. These fierce kisses were painful, but that was only in the physical sense. And there was something oddly reassuring about that. It was nice to know that Ethel wasn't the architect of her own downfall. She was innocent and unsullied, a victim in the face of a girl's wicked misdeeds, and there was something soothing about being a victim. Ethel thought she could finally understand why the heroines of the old romance novels from the 60s, or from the 70s or 80s were such insipid creatures, so weak-willed and wimpy, who were so prone to swooning. Ethel had always looked down her nose at such stories. She thought them silly, but now She's beginning to reassess her opinion. She didn't want to be powerful, and neither did she want to be important. Most of the time, she didn't even want to be alive. She would rather, far rather, disappear. In that sense, there's something alluring about being a victim. Victims didn't do. They had things done to them. They didn't have to worry. So Ethel let go of her thoughts. They would only get in the way. She would surrender her mind up to these decaying girls, this immutable monster, just like she'd already surrendered it in her body. Slowly, they were becoming one. Ethel was the girl, and the girl was Ethel. Ethel no longer knew where she stopped. The girl began. She was being consumed bit by bit, and Ethel no longer cared to fight against her. Perhaps the monster had been right. Perhaps this was what she'd wanted. She didn't want to be loved after. She didn't want to be loved after Clementine had left. Not necessarily. She didn't think she deserved it. She never thought that she deserved it. Was that why Clementine had left her to begin with? Instead, she wanted to be obliterated. She wanted to cease to be. As if this girl monster was willing to do that for... And if this girl monster was willing to do that for her, wasn't that the same as loving her? That's right. You're doing so well. A litany of girls murmured, a symphony of overlapping voices as their fingers rubbed against Ethel's, rubbing inside her. Just a little more. Let's keep going. It'll make you feel so good. You forget everything. When we're through with you, you won't remember all your regrets. You won't remember your mistakes. You won't need to. We'll do the remembering for you, which means we'll do all the hurting for you too. You'll never need to feel pain again. We'll take it all away. We'll become one. And then, we'll always be together. Yes, I thought, with a breathy gasp. These girls would take everything away. They would take her history, assume her face. They would inhabit her body, spores filling her lungs, her head, her heart. They would live Ethel's life for her. And Ethel would... She would disappear. She didn't want to live anymore. She hadn't wanted to live in a while. Why not submit herself to these girls? A collector consciousness would probably be a better job of being Ethel than Ethel herself had ever. Ethel's back arched. Her body seemed to fall apart, to burst, to bloom, to blossom anew. Her heart hammered. Then, her mind contracted. It collapsed, and everything fell apart. Her love, like poison. Wow, look at her, look at her, look at them. Written by Ebi-Hime. Written by Ebi-Hime, a CP agent. Ah, wow. Wow. Hit art. What was it? Yeah, awesome. You love that Mosiani. Background art by Bismuth. I can't read that fast enough. Interface by this person. I can't read. Sky to Blue. Music, Sleepy Agent, and Violin by D-Tips. Movie by Signor Mao. Proofreading Mooney, Marshmallow, and Zelen. Engine Renpai. Ethel Briggs was no longer Ethel Briggs. In the deep, dark woods, there were few in Oxbury who dared to tread. A curious transformation had taken place. The girl had really been a collection of girls, or perhaps they had been a monster, had taken Ethel's inside of him, or perhaps it was Ethel who had taken all the girls inside her. It's impossible to tell. One thing was certain, however. Where there had been one, once been two, there was now one. The discarded shell of the monster's former host, the dark-haired, dark-eyed Isolde Delaney, lay strewn upon the forest floor, a pile of unwanted kindling. Isolde's body no longer looked like Isolde's body, but had undergone a curious sort of metamorphosis once it had been abandoned. The discarded carcass lay curled up like a shed chrysalis, a cocoon. Mushrooms had begun to spout about her remnants, pushing upwards like sunflowers as if to greet the moon which hung above the tree tops. As for Ethel, meanwhile, her body too was beginning to change. Her skin rippled as she took the monster, and its many consciousnesses inside her. A flood of voices filled her head, a torrent of girls past who had been similarly subsumed. Ethel thought, perhaps, that she could hear the dulcet tones of Isolde Delaney, who had been such a good singer. But surely that was impossible. Ethel never heard Isolde speak, the real Isolde. At least, she'd only heard a phantom of her, animated by the shared consciousness of the creature which was now dwelt inside her. Ethel had never known the real Isolde. Perhaps the real Isolde, whatever that entailed, existed still within the monster, the creature, the mess of girls and souls all tangled together. Was the monster really a girl? Ethel wasn't sure, and yet she felt she had shed her own girlhood somehow, in allowing the monster to subsume her. It wasn't just the monster which Ethel had taken inside of her. She had taken what remained of Isolde too, and Chloe, and Lucy, and Susan, and all the other girls who had gone missing in Oxbury in the past. They were still alive, though their hearts no longer beat, their consciousness entwined within that of their hosts. They had become something more than themselves. In shedding their own bodies, they had been permitted to live on for perpetually. Just like, well, it's like a fungus. Ethel, too, had shed her own sense of self, just as the monster had discarded the mushroom-ridden carcass of the dearly departed Isolde. Ethel's body was no longer her own. But by the same token, it felt more like hers than it had ever been before. Perhaps there was no Ethel anymore. Her very being was being buffeted. Her fragile sense of self tossed to and fro like a ship out of sea. But Ethel felt no particular loss at all at this. She felt no grief. She wasn't sad. Nor would she be? She had finally found somewhere she belonged. She was no longer a she in the singular. She was no longer a sad, lonely individual. She was. No. They were legion. They would always be together. And as the body which had once been Ethel's rippled and distorted, as it took more and more voices and existences and consciousnesses than it had ever before possessed, its lips curled into a smile. There. See. Isn't this what she wanted? Ghastly. Ephemeral. Kinda hot. Kinda hot. Kinda hot, though. Kinda hot. There. Isn't this what you wanted? The monster crooned in to Ethel in her voice. Or perhaps Ethel was simply speaking to herself. Deep inside the woods, Where the fronds of moons light strung to reach. Took you in. We told you it wouldn't hurt. It isn't even like being there. We told you it wouldn't hurt. It isn't even like going to sleep. It's like being reborn. Hot. The end. Wow! There she is! There she is! There she is! Oh, I like that. That's cute. 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 At least replace it. That's cute. I like that. That's cute. I like it. That's cute. I like that. I like it. I like it. I like it. I like it. Addendum? 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 There's more. Ethel was drifting. Her consciousness was coming undone, stealthy and actually, before this, I'm gonna go dehydrate. I'll be back in a minute with the rest of your addendum. Ah, interesting. Okay, be right back. Be right back. Be right back. Be right back. Dehydrating time. BRB. Hi, back. Got myself a glass of juice as well while I was gone. Because juice is nice. Also, it's just in the fridge. I'm like, why not? Hello, phone. What do you want? So many things on my phone yelling at me. What's happening? What are you doing, phone? What are you doing? Why are you yelling at me? Oh. More yelling. More yelling. Anyways. Anyways. Back to the addendum. Back to the addendum. Her consciousness was coming undone, slowly and spooling around her like silk. She blinked, yet she couldn't see anything. She tried to strain her eyes, her ears, but she couldn't hear anything. She was trapped in darkness, sinking deeper and deeper and deeper. It felt as though she were falling through an endless abyss. She tried to scream, yet she couldn't make her mouth move. Wasn't even sure if as she drifted, whether she even had a mouth. She wasn't sure who she was, where she was. What was going on? She glanced about her surroundings, which with sightless eyes, her mouth unmoving, her pale fingers motionless. Her memories felt very fragmented, just like the crazy images they conjured by a kaleidoscope. She still retained vestiges of memories, however, faint, fleeting moments which still shone in her mind's eye like broken glass. She could remember trampling through the forest, depressing the tall grass beneath her soles. She could remember her heart thudding in the base of her throat. Remember the bouts of the trees creaking mournfully about her in the cold wind. She remembered reaching St. Catherine's when looking about with wide eyes, searching for her mysterious confidant. She had been looking for the girl. Yes! I could remember her now. She could recall her short black dark hair, cut into a bob, a pale green summer dress, which had seemed an oddly flimsy thing to wear when wandering about in the woods in the dark. She remembered how the girl had looked at her, how she had held her. She remembered how the girl had kissed her. It felt good, as I could recall, cleaving to the girl's kiss, giving herself up to it, to her insistent mouth. She had let the girl lead her deeper into the woods, and then, as those thoughts began very jumbled together, indeed, she had a vague recollection of the girl being more than a girl, of the girl being some sort of monster. She had pushed Ethel against a tree, and then... What had happened then? Why couldn't she remember? It was strained her mind, if indeed her mind still belonged to her, as she struggled, fighting against her mounting fatigue to remember. Wait a second. She tried to penetrate the thick, soapy fog which had filled her brain, tried to recall what in the world had happened to her, and yet... No, I wouldn't do that if I were you. You know, I wouldn't do that if I were you. Ah! Ethel gasped. Finally, she could open her mouth. Could make noise, too. Wowee! Noises. I don't know what kind of noises she's gonna make. Sorry. She snapped her head upwards, her eyes wide. Before she had drifted in the darkness, lost like an old folktale, the inevitable shifting of time. But now her vision had been flooded with bright, almost unforgiving white. God, my eyes just watering. Sorry, my fucking right eye's watering like crazy for me, so I'm not sure why. It's being annoying. Fuck, stop being let's do that eye. What the heck? She was no longer drifting in the darkness, and neither was she alone. Ah! Light, find somewhere to belong. Oh my god. Oh my god, they're so adorable. Oh, look at them! Ah! I want to hold them. I want to hold them in my hand. I want to hold them in my hands right now. They're so cute. What the fuck? Let's go. Let's go with her hovering before her in the air. She wore a white sundress, just like Ethel imagined an angel might wear. Her white, so white and pure, she seems to blend into her surroundings. She's so cute. I love them. The girl's skin was very pale. The hair was dark, cropped about her chin in a bob, which Ethel remembered. She looked very much like the girl when Ethel had first met in St. Catherine's. She was a spitting image of her, in fact. They looked so alike. It was uncanny. But unlike the girl, this fairy-like apparition, had blue eyes. The girl reached out, a small smile upon her lips. She found Ethel's hand, her fingers skimming the backs of her knuckles, and, the moment she did, Ethel started. A flash of recognition sparked within her brain. She knew this girl. She felt almost intimately familiar with her, in fact, even more so than she had been with Clementine. It felt as though they were soulmates, two halves of the same whole. This should, of course, have been impossible if Jude had been there to hear his daughter's thoughts. He would have chided her. Jude didn't believe in wishy-washy things like soulmates. He didn't seem to believe in the concept of love in general. Though, despite his cynicism, he never failed to buy Laura presents in Valentine's Day, or her birthday, or for their anniversary. Anniversary? Anniversary. The fuck's an anniversary? Jude had spoiled her wife, much more than he had ever spoiled Ethel. So much for not believing in love, then. Jude was probably a hypocrite. But there was nothing to castigate him for. Most people were. Ethel was a hypocrite too. She had always wanted to be loved, but she had been too afraid to reach out to other people, to make herself vulnerable. Give me a second. Sorry. Draft it again. We're good. Perhaps she hadn't been open enough with Clementine. She hadn't made enough of an effort. The other ship had died, and Ethel had died alongside it. It had felt like this part of her, this delicate, fragile part, which she had feared Clementine had broken, was being healed. This girl with the dark hair was soothing her. Her touch alone was like magic. Ethel knew at once, as the girl's fingers squeezed about her, who she was. She knew how old she was. She knew where she had been born, who her parents were, who her grandparents were too. She knew everything about her. A flood of information filled her, a veritable deluge of it. Ethel blinked and then said, "Isolde?" "That's right. I'm Isolde. And you're Ethel, aren't you?" Yes, I'm Ethel. But how do you know that?" "And how do you think?" Isolde rejoined, dimples appearing in her cheeks. "I know it. I know the same way you do, silly. I know everything about you. That's because we're the same person, you and I. Don't you see? We've become one. You don't need to think about your old life. You don't need to fuss about it. All of this is in the past. All of that is in the past." Past. Ethel frowned. Could it be true? Could her stress about that thesis, her heartbreak over the breakup, her worries about heartbreak that nobody understood her, and she would die all alone, be a thing of the past? It seemed too good to be true. Was this some sort of a dream? Ethel blinked. Delaney was there, in that pale white dress of hers, shining just like the moon's light. She was smiling. Isolde had gone missing from Oaksbury almost 3 years prior. She had wandered into the woods, or so she said, and she had never been found. Her disappearance remained a mystery, even until this day. It is no longer a mystery to Ethel. She knew where Isolde was. She had found her, but she was somewhere ordinarily humans could not visit. She was drifting, like Ethel, as if in a dream. Perhaps they would no longer interact with the outside world. Not as they once had. But did that really matter? Ethel was still alive, and so was Isolde. They were together, and they weren't the only ones. There were other girls, too, drifting inside this strange white world where no natural light would reach. Oh, wait a second. I forgot who the artist for this game was again. My brain for gore. My brain for gore. Oh no, I forgot again. I keep forgoing. Wait a second, I think I've seen... I remember seeing... Yeah, okay, okay, so that's what this was. Okay, sorry, so I've seen this CG before. I was like, it looked familiar, I was like, why is it familiar? Oh, it's because I've seen it before the game, on the artist's Twitter. Adorable. Adorable. I love it. Admiring woman, sorry. The other girls, too, drifting inside this strange white world where no natural light could reach. Ethel could see these girls now. Could see them flocking about her, their white dresses fluttering like curtain pigeons in the park. She knew all their names, though she'd never seen them before. She knew all about them, too. Knew of their past fears, their regrets, and their deepest dreams. That girl, the blonde hair, was Chloe. There's no girl with blonde hair actually visible here. The girl with the pigtails. Not visible either. Was Lucy. The girl with long straight hair was Susan. Oh, there's multiple of them. And the redhead, with the freckles. She was Dawn. There were so many girls drifting about in this pure white world, at the struggle to contain them all. But not that she needed to. She knew who they were instinctively, as they knew her. They crowded about her. All of them, smiling, all overjoyed to see her. It's nice to meet you, Ethel. Isn't that a bit of an old-fashioned name? And I thought mine was bad. What the fuck? Mengarde. Mengarde. That is quite the name. That is. I've never heard that name before, actually. Fascinating. Fascinating. Yours is bad? Yours is bad? You have no right to make fun of Ethel. And who said I was making fun of her? I was just stating a fact. Alright. Let's not argue. You're right. There's no point. There's no point. We'd just be arguing with ourselves. Speak for yourself. I still remember who I am, if you all don't. But I guess this isn't so bad, really. Oh, Lucy, you always have to be so contrarian. I think she just likes being difficult. She did give our host the most trouble, didn't she? She tried to resist, but it all worked out in the end. I don't remember what's worth to any of these people. I can't fucking keep anything of this straight. Oh well. Well, of course it did. That's how it always is. And it's how it should be too. Didn't you see Ethel? Isolde looked back at Ethel, smiled at her, their fingers intertwined. Then, her palms pressed flesh against Ethel's own, and she said, "This is what it means to be happy. Happy." Ethel repeated, her voice little more than a murmur. Was she happy? She wasn't sure. But she couldn't deny that she was a good deal happier than like this, surrounded by all these girls, than she had ever been with Clementine. Clementine's love had once been enough to sustain Ethel, but now it seemed woefully inadequate, almost laughably so. Clementine had just been one girl, after all. She had only been able to love Ethel so much. Her love had been finite. She had promised they would stay together forever, but she had gone back on her own word. Her love had run out. But here, in this white world, Ethel knew she would never need to worry about that. She was with these girls, Isolde, and Lucy, and Susan, and Chloe, and Ermengarde, and Heather, and Dawn, and Ashley, and they were her. They couldn't survive without each other. Their thoughts entwined together like a braid. It was impossible to say, really, where Ethel's thoughts ended and their own began. Their thoughts ran together like oil pastel. Their thoughts and feelings were as one. Their hearts beating in perfect harmony. They were not disparate girls, isolated by their own biology, their immutable, involatile bodies. They have come together in a way that nobody could, not even the most devoted of lovers. They were, like the girl had said, always been together. They would, like the girl said, always be together. Not several girls, but one girl. They were one being. And maybe this was what she had always wanted after all. Nobody would ever be able to get tired of her now, not like Clementine had. She had finally found a place where she belonged. That's pretty. I love that. Okay. Okay. Before I do know, I know we were a minute ago. But I gotta be right back again to make someone some food. Sadly, be right back, and then we're gonna read the notes, and then maybe if there's time, I might do one more thing. I'm not sure how long the thing's gonna take though, but be right back. Again. I'm mad. Time to read the notes. How do the game notes? I love reading the afterthoughts of these games I play. Ebi-Hime. It's so informative and interesting. Right. Oops, I didn't press the paper. There we go. Here we go. Go, bye. Get out of here. So cute. Anyways. Ebi-Hime time! Ebi-Hime after time. Hello everyone, and thank you for reading Her Love Like Poison. I hope that you enjoyed your time with it. Or at least, the very least, you found it interesting. I did find it. It was very interesting. I loved it. I loved it. I loved it. I love Ethel. Like always, I wrote a few notes explaining where I got the idea from this love story. For this love story, and some tidbits about the development process. So, I actually had the gem of the idea of the story a really long time ago. Like Cage of Roses, it's another vague idea I found floating around in the back of my head for years. Lol. My first concept for this story, however, was pretty different from what I actually ended up writing. It's a bit convoluted, but I was inspired to write a story where a cute fungus girl, after spending the night in a friend's dorm room in university, and seeing the absolute rank state of their shower, ha 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 ha. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. A cute fungus girl, after spending the night... Right story with a cute fungus girl after spending the night in a friend's dorm room, found that I'm in the absolute right state of their shower. Ooh, okay, that is hilarious. That is a hilarious concept to start off with. So, this fungus girl game you just play, it started off with, an absolute disgusting fucking shower in college. Uni shower. This friend, well, I guess they still have OCD, and that led to them not cleaning their shower properly. And the tile started to get moldy because they didn't want to risk touching the mold. I had a conversation with friends to the extent of, why don't you clean your shower? I can't clean my shower. My OCD won't let me go near the mold. So you're just going to leave it like that? Yeah, I guess. And well, it got me thinking. I thought it'd be fun to write a moege, aka generic boy X girl fiction novel, where the MC had OCD, which prevented him from cleaning his shower. He's staying at a home in a small English countryside village with his parents, while his parents are on the holiday, and he meant to be working on his thesis. Although this is starting to point for a little more like, oh, this is alright. This is starting to sound a little more like Her Love Like Poison. So his parents aren't around to help him clean the shower. Since he keeps putting this problem off, while the mold in the shower gets more and more out of hand, until inevitably, well, this was going to be a cute boy ex-girlfriend novel. The colony of mold gains sentience, becomes a cute anime girl, and then the MC starts to fall for her. He really can't clean up his shower now, because if he does, his wife will die. Oh no! Oh no! Not the cute mold waifu! I also had a couple of other girls that I slated for this very serious story. It's going to be a mushroom girl dwelling deep in the forest called Espeth. It was going to give the MC a chartered friend who lives in this village and who sings in a choir at the local church called Susie. And I was pretty hyped about it. I even wrote a little bit about it. But the story never progressed too far, and I wound up scrapping it. While I was conceptualizing this boy ex-girl story, I got plenty into writing the Yuri. So I wound up pivoting away from het romance to write things like strawberry vinegar and blackberry honey instead. I've only played blackberry honey of the two listed, but strawberry vinegar is on my list eventually to play. On my list. Eventually, I want to check it out sometime. My Yuri Vision novel list is fucking huge. My 2 playlist is huge, and it's only gonna grow. It's only gonna grow, and I only have so much time to play. I should really just play some off screen on my own time, but also I like sharing it with y'all. I like voicing them. It's very fun. I still like the general idea, however, and I wanted to do something with it. I sat on the idea for a bit until I happened to read Mexican Gothic by Sylvia Moreno Garcia. I won't go into detailed spoilers for the story, but it does have sentient fungus people in it, which reminded me of this old idea I'd once had. I started to think about reviving the story and giving it a slightly more horror-ish bent, as opposed to the cutesy comedic romance tone I'd originally been aiming for. Well, what if I made the Mushroom Girl a mysterious, ominous sort of entity who dwelled in the woods and, like a siren, tried to seduce young girls from the village so that she can colonize their bodies with her fungus spores and accumulate her consciousness? That seemed like a fun idea. So I tried to write Her Love Like Poison. And then I also happened to read What Moves the Dead by T. Kingfisher, which around this time, which was a similar premise, so I probably took some inspiration from that too. I decided to lean more into the spooky atmosphere, and I had a lot of fun describing the dry, dead woods and Ethel's general sense of mounting unease. Leaning into the horror aspect meant I could do some pre-descriptive writing. A la, It Gets So Lonely Here. I wrote Her Love Like Poison about a month after writing Lonely. Since I was in the mood to write more spooky stories set in the woods. And it meant I could make the story more moody. Her Love Like Poison became pretty dour compared to its original incarnation, since poor Ethel had a lot of self-confidence issues. She's feeling particularly down on herself after her girlfriend left her, and she's losing interest in... Why am I trying to so weirdly? Why am I reading things like a French accent? She had a lot of self-confidence issues. She's feeling particularly down on herself after her girlfriend left her, and she's losing interest in the two things she used to take comfort in, the violin and classical literature, and gave her a pretty uneasy relationship with her family to make her feel more isolated. Though, by the by, I didn't want to paint either of her parents as being abusive. I think Ethel's mother actually seemed quite nice based on the snippets we got from her. She really loves her daughter a lot. They just don't have that much in common, which is very fair and very, very normal. That's a very fair thing to happen. You know, you're not gonna have everything in your interest with your parents and vice versa. It's fair, normal. I had wanted to lean into the body horror aspect, which initially, I had wanted to lean into the body horror aspect more initially, and highlight how scary it might be to be consumed by being other than yourself, to find your own selfhood being erased. But the more I developed Ethel's character, the more I started to think, would she really find that much of a bad thing? Ethel's quite clearly depressed in the story, even though... Sorry, fucking choking on myself. Even though it never states as such, and she's simply drifting along. She doesn't like herself, she doesn't have any friends after her bad breakup, and she can't envision a future for herself. She really isn't doing well. And given these circumstances, perhaps she would find being mind-melded with a fungal colony quite an attractive option. Ethel does resist initially, of course. In the original draft of the story, this final scene was much more violent and had heavier undertones of sexual assault. But she eventually warms up to the idea of being one with the living fungus. As the girl, our monster, says they'll never be alone if Ethel submits. Their consciousness will meld together, and Ethel will never be lonely again. The heroine in It Gets So Lonely Here could only be so lucky. Ha ha ha. In the end, I wound up writing the last scene a few more... In the end, I wound up writing the last scene to feel more reciprocal. Ethel ends up taking solace in the idea of this symbiotic relationship, and she likes the idea of being needed by somebody. She could argue the ending is actually quite happy, which makes me wonder whether it's a horror story. After all, is cozy horror a genre? I suppose if you aren't like Ethel, the idea of being brain-jacked might be an unpleasant one, but if you no longer want to live, yet you have no real conviction to die, pairing one with your mushroom overlords might be an attractive proposition. I want to end the history. I wanted the end of the story to feel reassuring in any case. But your mileage might vary on that one. And some missed extra information. Mr. Brown's dog, Sparky, takes his name from the cardiac song, Dog Like Sparky. The girl's initial appearance in the church was a carryover from my original version of the story. I planned for the MC to spend a lot of time in the church on Susie's route. I listened to her rehearse for an upcoming Christmas concert, and I originally toyed with setting her love like poison in the same universe as the fairy song. Augsbury was originally Fen Chapel, and the boy at the corner shop who bags Ethel's pizza was a cameo of my goth boy Abel from In Fair Spirits. I decided to do away with that idea and set her love like poison in its own self-contained world, but I still imagine that spiritless shopkeeper looking like Abel. Maybe is an Abel from another universe. Ooh. Ooh! I never played In Fair Spirits because that's yaoi, and I'm not a big fan of. I'm not big yaoi, but I might check it out though. I've seen the characters. They're kind of cute. Kind of cute. Fucking idiot boy. I forgot the name of your name. Ed something. I don't know. Not Edwin. Fucking idiot boy Edwin. I don't know if it's Edwin. I don't know if it's Edwin. I'm fucking confusing. I don't remember his name. I don't remember at all. Who's anyone? What is anything? What is anything anymore? Who is anything? What is anyone? Who are you? I'm not. I don't know what the fuck his name is. I gotta know. Abel and who? Abel and whom? Abel and whom? Whom are you? Who are you? Edmund. Anyways. In any case, I hope you found some enjoyment in the story. It's pretty short. Took me like fucking... Took me a fucking 10 hours to play it. Lol. Lol. In much so, I did initially consider moving it free, but I hope the general atmosphere and the very pretty art made up for it. It did. I'd honestly just pay anything for it. Honestly, I just throw money. I just throw money at Ebi-Hime, like, give me a game, please. Give me more Yuri. Thank you. Tox Yuri? Even better. Here's some more money. Tox Yuri? Here's some more money, Ebi. Thank you. Also, as an aside, part of me still wants to write that Mushroom Girl Moege. Maybe someday. Fun, Ebi. Woo! Woo! Very lovely, very lovely. I do enjoy it. Also, the music time. We have so much music. That's there was a lot more music in this game than I thought there was. Wow, I didn't realize there's so much music. Just all atmosphere music in the background. Whoa. Wild. Malpractice. Okay, that was cool. That was good. Okay, so I got an hour and a half-ish left. How much do I think I can get this? Yeah, we're gonna try to see how far I can get into this. I have an idea. Okay. I'm gonna close the game real quick. I'm gonna open a new game. A different game. And because recently, I think a few nights ago, I think extra was added to one of the stories I read before. So I was like, why not? If there's time, I'm gonna check out the stories for y'all. So let me just get the game up on the screen. Maybe the sound on first, before we forget the sound. And then I had to figure out which one is the right screen size. Like this one is the right screen size for the game. Could be wrong. That is the wrong resolution size for the game. This one? I gotta just reset the window as well. Oh, that's closer. We're back with a fragile feeling! Because there's other extra things we're adding. Give me a second. What's it called again? Another April. Give me a second. I need to remember their names. Who are they? Who are you again? I forgot your names. I forgot your names! I forgot. What's on and... I don't remember your name. Kohaku! Kohaku. We're checking out this new post content, some more future content with them. So we're gonna fragile feeling. We're gonna check it out right now. If I could spell that game correctly, or maybe this thing can see more. It's not a category on. It's not a category on. It's not a category on. It's on Twitch. No. No. It's so sad. So sad. So sad. I'll put the. I'll put it in here myself then manually. Fragile feelings. Alright, we're gonna start while we're here. We're gonna check out the extra future content because I want more of these cuties. More of these adorable fucking little ladies. Adorable motherfuckers. They're so cute. They're so cute. I love them. Alright. Another April. I'm excited. I'm not looking at this yet at all. I've seen some screenshots posted by Ebi on Blue Sky, and I was like, more stories with them? Heck yeah. Heck yeah! And here we are. It was a bright sunny spring morning, and Anne was walking through the courtyard of St. Clemente. You're back. Doorbell. Cecilia. Yeah, I'm back. There's a delivery. Real quick, could you sign for it? We're good. Positions category. Games and stuff. Category. Games and demos. There we go. It was a bright sunny spring morning, and Anna was walking through the courtyard of St. Cecilia's. She held her hands at her front, as demure as a delicate flower. The hem of her bright red school skirt swished about her legs as she walked, while her hair fluttered in the breeze. The trees scattered about the courtyard were festooned with pink, delicate blossoms, which trembled as the breeze blew through them. It was all very pretty, and surprisingly serene. It was the beginning of a new school term, and all the students of St. Cecilia's, Anne included, were expected to show up for an assembly led by the indomitable Miss Asakusa. The courtyard, which typically had been crowded on a day like this, but it wasn't so now. Anne had awoken early, so she could take a stroll around the school before the rest of her fellow students woke up. The girls of St. Cecilia's were all young ladies, most of them hailing from wealthy families, but they didn't always behave like that. Like it. Wow, sorry. Wow, that's so cute. On. Epilogue on. So adorable. I don't know how long this is, but I'm trying to get through as much as possible. If I can't finish it all, I'll finish it next week as well. We'll find out. We'll see. Hopefully it's not too long. Probably will be. With my pacing, it'll be a while. I think I just do anything, really. St. Cecilia's boasted a wide range of ages from 5 to 18. The younger children would be awfully loud. And they were always getting into silly fights, squabbling in the courtyard and like starlings. And the other girls weren't much better. Well, the girls in high school, in the high school division, like An, had outgrown charging about pretending to be magical girls or, in rarer cases, mech pilots. Hey, heck yeah, mech pilots. They hadn't lost the penchant for getting into silly fights. The older girls were less likely to resort to hair-pulling, name-calling, and playing school bags in the fountain, but they tended to be snide about it instead, spreading nasty rumors in soft, syllable, sibilant voices, which spat. Han was no stranger to being on the subject of these rumors, or to being stared at. She wasn't bullied exactly, at least. She didn't think that she was, but her fellow classmates had never been very understanding of her condition. Han knew that some of them disliked her for having what they perceived as special treatment. They hated that An was excused from PE because she was prone to fainting, and that she was always allowed to skip exams on the basis of that her grades were good enough that she could most likely pass everything. Half of Anne's classmates thought that she was treated like a spoiled princess, an English Rose who, with her mixed heritage, stood out against the mostly Japanese student body. Huh? The other half of Anne's classmates, meanwhile, the ones who didn't dislike her, seemed instead to pity her. Anne had seen how some of the girls, the most compassionate ones, she supposed, sighed when she passed the hallways, and how they tuttered. Poor thing, their eyes seemed to say. It must be so hard for her, suffering from such a debilitating illness. Did you know the doctors all think she'll die before she's 20? Why does she even bother wasting her time at school when she has so little of it left? Here, I have a fan on. It's getting hot in here. Getting hot. Humidity. 26C outside apparently, according to my computer. Lovely! Sometimes Anne wondered that herself. Why did she bother wasting so much time at school? Her hours on the earth were limited, yet here she was, stuck in St. Cecilia's, a school located deep in the countryside, cut off from the rest of the civilization. St. Cecilia's might have been in a pretty location. You could see the mountains in the distance from the school roof, but it was also incredibly lonely. Sometimes Anne wished she could escape. But where would she go? She didn't know anybody beyond St. Cecilia's walls. She didn't have any friends, not in the school or outside it. Though she dreamed that one day, going on an adventure, and seeing more of the world, hell, she'd even settled for seeing Tokyo, she'd never been. These dreams of hers seemed unreachable. Anne found it easier to experience the world through books. They were non-threatening. She didn't need to worry about being alone then. Not that there was anything so bad about being alone. Anne preferred her own company to that of her classmates, which was why she had awoken so early. Our sad girl Anne. Our sad sick girl Anne. Look at her. Look at her. Ooh. So cute. For a few blessed minutes, she felt almost content. Her worries soothed as she stared up at the pink canopy of cherry blossoms overhead. It was just her and the beautiful beauties of the natural world. It was soothing. There, still and quiet. Anne, hey! You're so early! The assembly is not due to start another hour, you know? But a loud sound made Anne jump. She turned, abashed to see Bruna? That's my name! Don't wear it out! Iguchi Bruna, Aunt's best, not only, friend, beamed. It was the first day of the new term. Aruna was finally a high school student. She didn't look like she'd made much of an effort for the occasion, however. Runa's hair was messy as if it had never been seen a comb in its life, and her socks were all bunched up around the ankles. Was that supposed to be some sort of fashion statement? Why so early, though? You gave me such a start when I saw you wandering around from the window. I thought I was imagining things. Oh. An's pink flush deepened. An was a bit of an oddity amongst the girls of St. Cecilia's. Most of the girls shared the rooms, but An had one all to herself, presumably because of her condition. An lived in the same dormitory as the teachers, the admin staff, and the rest of St. Cecilia's employees. Bruna, meanwhile, lived in the dormitory with the students. The two dormitories were close together, however, and Bruna must have seen An walking to the campus from her window. That was what An supposed. At least. Supposed. Not supposed. Supposed. I'm sorry? I'm sorry. Why are you apologizing, silly? Sounded like you woke me up. I was already awake. That's a little unusual, isn't it? Coming from you? I thought you usually slept in until the last minute. I do, yeah. Every day is the first, but not today. Not every day is the first day of the term. I can't read English words. I'm finally a high school student now, just like you, and that means we get to stay in the same building, and might even have some of the same teachers. Don't you think that's exciting? We won't be in any of the same classes, though. You're 2 years younger than I am. I know that, but don't you think it'd be fun? I feel like I'm finally catching up to you. I feel like such a kid being stuck in the middle of school. I feel like such a kid being stuck in the school annex while you were off learning, I don't know, algebra and trigonometry with the big kids. Do you want to learn algebra and trigonometry? No way! What do you take me for? I'm not a nerd, On. I think the thoughts incredibly unappealing. And I'm glad to be able to spend more time with you. I suppose I'm glad too. It'd be nice having a friend around, though. Although what? Why are you looking at me so funny? Am I looking at you funny? You totally are! Are you getting distracted by how cute I look today? Well, not exactly. Or how mature I've become? Or how incredibly overwhelming sexy I am? Sexy? Ann wrinkled her nose. She never really given sex much thought before. It didn't tend to come in the novels she read, and when it did, it was almost oblique. And I just liked words associated with it on principle. Maybe she was being prudish, but I don't know if the St. Cecilia's uniform is particularly sexy. It covers a lot of skin, doesn't it? Oh yeah! It is a bit of a bummer, isn't it? I wouldn't say I wouldn't know. I've never cared about fashion myself. I think this uniform is fine, as it covers everything it's supposed to. But there's people with your appearance, Runa. A problem? Egad! Problem with people with your parents. Parents, egad! It isn't that I'm too attractive, is it? Oh no! No horror! Well, I do. You're not bad looking, no. But your ribbon is rather crooked. It gets scored by Miss Akasaka if she sees you looking like that in the assembly hall. Huh? We glanced downwards once more, then frowned. Oh yeah, I guess it is a little wonky, isn't it? It's more than a little wonky. I noticed it from all the way across the courtyard. But you! I had no idea you had such eagle eyes on! You're almost as bad as Miss Akasaka herself! I am nowhere as bad as she is. Han bristled a touch affronted at the comparison. At this comparison, I had always obeyed authority figures, and she was a sycophant down to her bone marrow. She had no particular fondness for Miss Akasaka. Miss Akasaka was a hard woman to like. What with being so stern, her dour, perpetually unamused expression didn't help much either. Oh, wait a second. I need to do something real quick. Quickly. Let's do that to recover. Give me a second. I need some things. Hurry up. Brain, hurry up me. I know I should be paying attention to the game. I'm actually playing by fucking weird. I'm weird. I'm telling you this for your sake. She's hauling people up to the front during her assembly. She's hauled people up front assembly for less offenses than crooked ribbons. Do you remember when she scolded Shiori in my class because she'd come in from garden club? She had dirt under her fingernails? Oh yeah! That does ring a bell. How the old hag even... Old bag even spot that from on the stage anyway? Fucking wild. I don't know. Maybe she struck a deal with the devil. Struck a deal with the devil, not stuck. Struck a deal. You can't stuck a deal with something. Stuck a deal within a fucking term. Almost done. No, not that one. Fuck it. God damn it, not that one. Hurry up. Hurry up, don't rush too much. Hurry, but don't rush at the same time. It's quite... Ah, here we go. We did it. We did it. Yay. I did it. Anyways. Ah, fuck. I don't know. Maybe she stuck a deal with the devil. Like Dr. Faust, you mean? I see you've been paying a bit of attention in literature at least. Anne smiled, then beckoned Bruno forward. Now come here. Let me fix your ribbon. I'm not gonna let Miss Akasaka make an example out of you. Oh, Anne! You're so sweet! A giggle. A giggling Bruno stepped forwards, and Anne extended her fingers. Nimbly, Anne began to fix Bruno's ribbon, her fingers sliding through the air like sharpened blades of a knife. Anne worked quickly and precisely, nudging the ribbon just so until it sat flushly upon Bruno's chest. Then she drew back and examined her artwork, her handiwork. I wonder what was there fucking. Hello. Website, let me refresh you, thank you. What the fuck? Fucking, let me refresh pages. Right. Right. You've got better now. You look more mature? You look very mature. And pretty? I'm sure a lot of other girls would think so, yes. And sexy? Let's not go that far. I suggested your ribbon. Alright. I know you're not the best person to ask, so I won't push it. I don't want to make you feel uncomfortable. But I do want to thank you, Anne. Why? I didn't do anything particularly important. You might think that, but that's where you're wrong. What you did is very, very important. To me, at least. You're always looking out for me, which is why you're my best friend in this awful place. This awful place. I don't know what I'd do without you. Cute. 5 years later, that's cute. I like that. It's cute. We get to see where the friendship started. Ah, adorable. Oh. Here she is. She's happier. Ibeg's gone. She's happier. Successful. Anne sighed as she stretched, raising her slender arms above her head. It was early in the morning, around 8 o'clock, according to the digital clock. 8? According to the digital clock on the bedside table. The golden light was streaming through the windows. Anne had almost also risen to draw back the curtains, but Kohaku had yet to stir. She lay in bed on one side like a cat in a basket. Wow! Hot. 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 Woman. Hot. Kohaku, love her. Her eyelashes, which were coat black, were matted again together, and her lips were pursed in slumber. Kohaku, I like her hands as always up. Her perpetual Kohaku pose, holding a cigarette, hand on hip. Kohaku's dark hair was pulled about the pillow, just like ink. The sheets, meanwhile, were bunched up beneath her chin, the fingers of her right hand curled about them. Soft sound escaped Kohaku's lips. As she slept, in indistinct little murmurs intermixed with snores, which made Anne smile. It was rare to see Kohaku in such an unguarded state. Typically, she was the one who assumed the responsibility and leadership, being 7 years Anne's senior. Anne's senior. Said so weirdly. Senior. Anyways. Kohaku was cheerful, but she was also outgoing and supremely self-confident, much more than Anne was. Kohaku seemed to navigate the world with ease, even when her coworkers were being rude to her. And from what Anne had heard from Kohaku when Kohaku complained about her work, her coworkers were often rude to her. Working in a hospital sounds like a nightmare, not necessarily because of the patients. They could also be a headache, but because of the other doctors. Kohaku is still just a junior doctor, and the more senior staff seemed to think that gave them carte blanche to look down on her look down their noses at her. I can read words of any language. I kind of get it, I guess. I mean, some of these old farts have been working at this hospital for almost 30 years. I'd be a bit up myself. I'd be a bit up myself too if I'd given that much of my life up for this place. But it's way worse when the other junior doctors get on my case. Some of them are still fresh out of the medical school. These brats need to learn a little respect. I'm not an inferior doctor because I have tits. I mean, hell, I even make sure to wear sensible footwear on the job. And I take off all my piercings, but that doesn't make them respect me anymore. My job is such a crock of shit sometimes. Love the fit, by the way. So cute. Big fan of Stomach. Big stomach fan. Love her. On her complaints like these on an alarming daily basis, the Gohaku, to her credit, did try to give on a break during the days when her health was playing her up, or on the days when there had been incidents on her own workspace. Gohaku was rather considerate like that. For all Gohaku complained about her job, and Ann didn't blame her, it really did sound stressful. She hadn't given it up. Gohaku continued to go to work, often at odd hours, and she continued to sustain herself and Ann. I don't know if "contain" is the right word. Maybe it is. I don't know. I'm not good with English words. That feels weird. Contain to sustain. I feel like it's supposed to be continued. Maybe I'm wrong? Who knows? Not me, that's for sure. I had a job too, but she was under no delusions that Gohaku was the real breadwinner. Gohaku worked more hours than she did. And she often worked odd hours, long into the nights. An thought it was amazing, really, how Gohaku could continue to do her best despite the circumstances. She really did work hard. Which had made it all the funnier to see Gohaku as she was now, dead to the world, her chin damp with drool. Across the room, her feet padding upon the floorboards and bent by her girlfriend. Oh my god, her jammies! Her jammies are so cute! Yeah, I love her jammies. Her jammies are adorable. Look at her. She's small. Also, I do love her eye bags. Once again, point that out. Her eye bags are gone. So happy for her. So happy for her. Gently, put the jewel away, not wanting to wake her. An was just trying to make herself useful. The slight brush of fingers against her skin must have stirred Kohaku's consciousness. She blinked blearily, then mumbled, "What's going on? What's going on? Nothing's going on. It's too early. You must sleep. You can sleep more if you want." "You can? I'll leave you be. For a while at least. You don't need to head out just yet." Oh, God. I'm sleepy. "I can tell. Try to rest up. I'll be in the kitchen." An smiled, amused by just how cute Kohaku could be in the early mornings. Kohaku always acted so together. It was strange to see her so small, so soft, so sweet. Ah! So cute. Love him. But it was charming, too. Unlike Kohaku when she was her usual confident self, but she liked the half-asleep Kohaku, too. It would have been easy to tease her in this state. But An wasn't going to do that. She was going to be nice. As a preschool teacher, it would have been grossly hypocritical if An had poked fun at Kohaku while she was at her weakest. An always told her children not to be bullies, after all. It just wasn't nice. This wasn't nice. It's no good, no cool. Sorry. In a further attempt at niceness, An leant in. She dipped her head, brushing back a few strands 3 strands of Kohaku's hair and pressed a kiss upon her forehead. She wondered if Kohaku would have some witty quip to throw her in response, but it looked like Kohaku had fallen back to sleep. Oh well, some things simply weren't meant to be. Anna offered Kohaku a small smile, then turned, headed across their shared bedroom to the closet. Once there, Anna picked up an outfit, a simple blouse and a skirt, which didn't look too different from the clothes she tended to wear while working on preschool. Yuna had teased Anna about her fashion sense before. She dressed like she was 2 decades older than she really was, but Anna didn't much mind. She preferred practicality over being fashionable. Runa had always put much more stock in her appearance than Anna, which was quite funny, really, given that Runa had always slouched around St. Cecilia's, with her socks rucked up and her blouse incorrectly buttoned. I couldn't remember the number of times she had adjusted Runa's ribbon for her. At some point, it had begun to feel like a ritual. Anna took a glance out of the window, then frowned. The sky looked clear enough, and there weren't too many clouds, but she was worried it would be chilly regardless. It was early spring, and only a few pale pink cherry blossoms had appeared upon the bough of the trees. It had been warm enough the last few days. It never hurt to have a cardigan, just in case. Ah, so cute. I love this. Again, big fan of open shirts. Huge fan. So cute. I always love her. I love her hair as well. Her hair up, adorable. I picked a cardigan out from her wardrobe, a beige one she was fond of, and shrugged it on. Then, fully dressed, she headed to the kitchen. I wanted to make Kohaku breakfast. She thought Kohaku deserved it. Anna had become a member of the cookery club back at St. Cecilia's when she had been a student, and she was passably decent at cooking. Her repertoire had been rather limited, however. She had mostly stuck to baking cookies, which Runa had always liked. Not that Runa's praise was saying much, and I thought Runa would have been enthusiastic about any gift Anna might have given her, even if she'd deep-fried squid in strawberry jam. I had been trying to broaden her repertoire, moving in with Kohaku. In the last couple of years, she'd branched out from from baking and making sandwiches to preparing all sorts of dishes. These dishes weren't always a roaring success. On sometimes mistimed things, and had taken a few typos, but that's fine. And had taken 2 attempts before the cake she had made for Kaku's birthday had stopped collapsing on itself. And she was definitely getting better. Yay! Big happy. Always good to hear. I wasn't sure what she wanted to make Kohaku for breakfast that morning, however. First she needed to scan the fridge and the kitchen cupboards. They had a few eggs, though only a few. All needed to make a trip to the grocery store to stock up. And there was butter, honey, plenty of powdered sugar. Do you have flour? Maybe you can make pancakes. An idea was beginning to form in An's mind. Maybe she could make French toast. Ooh, even better. French toast. Paw. Oh, yeah, partially. Yeah, that makes sense, actually. Butter, egg. Anna had been prepared it a few times before, and Kohaku had always been very complimentary. She had also told Anne once before that French toast was one of her favorite treats. The last of the bread was going to go off, so... Alright, French toast it was going to be. Anne had her ingredients ready, alongside her utensils, then cracked her egg into a shallow bowl. To this, she added vanilla and cinnamon, which she had begun to whisk into a thin, fine froth. Heck yeah. Start checking. Okay, I think we're good. Nothing important. One was operating, one was important. Not. We're good. While some people hummed as they worked, Baku was a prime example. Anne was the opposite. She became deadly silent when she was engrossed in a task. Her eyes narrowed into an almost laser-like focus. Anne wasn't doing anything particularly strenuous. She was only whisking, but she was anxious to get that morning's breakfast just right. Once Anne was convinced she was whisked everything appropriately, she set the bowl down, then she retrieved several slices of bread. These she dipped into the mixture, taking care to coat every single inch of the bread. With her bread nicely damp, each thickly cut slice soaked up with vanilla and the cinnamon, Anne turned her attention to the stove. She turned on the electric stovetop whirring and got out her skillet. Anne added butter to the skillet, which soon melted, sizzling and bubbling like the surface of an alien planet. She might have added a little too much butter, actually. Some was almost overwhelmingly rich. But she was sure Kohaku would grin and say there was no such thing when she asked. Kohaku had an awful sweet tooth. She loved rice. She loved rich foods, too. The more calories, the better. And for a doctor, even a junior doctor, Kohaku's eating habits were diabolical. What? Let her splurge out a bit on calories, you know? It's fine. It's fine. It's nothing, it's fine. Don't worry about it too much. It's fine. Your wife's fine. Kohaku still downed 2 or 3 cups of coffee a day to see her through her shifts, and she was inordinately more enthusiastic when Anne made her French toast or pancakes for breakfast, as opposed to more standard Japanese white rice, miso soup, and pickled plums. Wowie zowie, pickled plums. I'm a big fan of white rice though. It's good. Rice is awesome. Rice is good with lots of things. Kohaku couldn't stand pickled plums. She chewed at them disappointedly, dispassionately, like a child, and would sometimes spit them out into a napkin. At least, Anne thought, with a small smile, Kohaku was making an effort to give up smoking. Kohaku never much cared about giving herself lung cancer. Kohaku's motto had been, "Life's short, so we should enjoy it while we can." But she cared a good deal more about Anne than she did herself. Anne's health was precarious, though she had been doing alright that month, and Kohaku hadn't wanted to compound her problems. Kohaku didn't manage to kick her nicotine addiction altogether. She usually slipped out into the balcony to take a drag while she was feeling especially worked up, but she didn't smoke inside at least. Kohaku's self-control was almost impressive, given she'd smoked without a care in the world back when she worked as a nurse in St. Cecilia's. I remember those days. Smoking in the nurse's office. I didn't know normal thing to do. Totally normal, you know? Fine, nothing wrong with that. Totally. That Anne thought about it. It was a miracle Kohaku hadn't been fired earlier. Kohaku hadn't been the most professional of school nurses. Not with her heels and her piercings and cigarettes. After the fried bread and butter filled the kitchen, rich and hearty, it looked like the first slice was done. It was nicely brown and crispy on both sides, but it hadn't turned black. On carefully transferred the finished slice of toast from the skillet and onto a plate and a pair of chopsticks. She found them easier to work with. With a pair of chopsticks, easier to work with. Then reached for the second slice. She worked meticulously for a few moments. She was on the fourth and final slice when she heard the kitchen door open behind her. There was a yawn and then... Oh, I thought I smelled something good. Are you making me breakfast on? That's right. What's smell enough to get you out of bed? Mm-hmm. I started drooling in my sleep. I was getting that hungry. Oh, I'm sorry? It's alright. It's alright. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Love. Kwaku grinned, then ruffled the top of An's head with one hand. I don't mind, really. If left to my own devices, I probably would have slept in until past midday, which would have been such a waste. I'd much rather spend my morning with you, my lovely An, especially when you're going out of your way to make me breakfast. Was it you're laboring over so studiously? You can't tell? We're losing bread, and it smells sweet, so... Oh! Is it French toast? Bingo. Yay, we got it. Bingo. Bingo. Ah! They're so cute. Aww. Aunt smiled, though her gaze was still focused on the skillet. They're so precious. I love them. They're so cute. What the fuck? Aunt smiled. Though her gaze was still focused on the skillet. She didn't see the wide grin which spread across Kawaku's face, but she still did feel Kawaku's chest. It was quite sizable. As it pressed up against her back. Booba? Booba! Booba! Booba yay! Booba yay! Oh, An. You shouldn't have. You know what's my favorite? I know. That's why I made it for you. I thought you deserved a bit of a treat. I already have a treat. And every day with you is enough of a treat to make me happy. Are you sure? An raised an eyebrow, shifting a little as Kawaku's hair. As Kawaku's hair, hanging free from her cheeks, brushed against the nape of her neck. You want me to throw the French toast away then? I might want to overload you with kindness. Oh no! I don't think we need to go quite that far. Don't waste food on. Come on. I thought you might say that. You know me too well. Nothing can stand between me and my French toast. And your French toast is the best. Don't be silly. My food isn't that good. I can't compare to proper chefs. Well, maybe not. But you're exactly how I like my food. Tooth-rottingly sweet, of course. Of course! Of course! Your cooking has gotten a lot better in this last year, too. You've been trying really, really hard. I can taste your love for me in every single mouthful I have. A happily giggling Kawaku nuzzled her head against the crook of An's cheek, while An tried, and failed, to focus on the toast. She would need to flip it soon, had she already missed the perfect window of opportunity. But it was hard to pay attention even a mundane task like toasting bread. Kawaku was embracing her like that. Kawaku's chest really was soft. And there were verbs too. There was something soothing about it. It felt like having a couple of marshmallows pushed against her back. You're so nice, An. I don't know what I did in a past life to deserve an angel like you looking after me, but I'm sure I'm not complaining. You're the best girlfriend I could ever ask for. You're like prime wife material. I am? 100%. I'd love to see you in a white dress someday in a veil. Provided this stupid country gets its act together when it comes to same-sex marriage, of course. Quackle pulled her face, her lips pressed against An's neck. An, meanwhile, trembled. She was getting uncomfortably flustered, but she tried to sound unbothered when she said, I like that too. I'm not sure that will happen during my lifetime. Maybe not. It's a shame. Quackle exhaled, her breath ghosting against the nape of An's neck. But oh well. You're still my wonderful wifey, and that's all that matters. We don't need to get it written down on a sleepy piece of paper to make it official. You're the only one for me. And you're the only one for me, too. But you should be careful if you keep clinging to me like that. I'll mess up. An thought she'd probably messed up already. She'd only just gone around to flipping the piece of bread in the pan, and sure enough, she really had left it there for too long. And it was black. It wasn't charcoal black, at least. The carcinogens patches could probably be scraped off, but didn't look anywhere near as appealing as the other three slices. Oh well, c'est la vie. Ah. Quackle, noticing this, started, then drew back. Smiling guiltily, she said, oh, I'm sorry, An. I didn't mean to bother you. I think that you did mean to bother me, actually. But it's fine. I don't mind being bothered by you. I'm glad to hear it. That makes two of us, then. But I'll try to get out of your hair while you're making breakfast. Making French toast is a delicate art. I hate to spoil it. It's already spoiled. That's alright. I only ruined one slice. An looked at the last piece of toast dubiously, and levered it out of the skillet and onto the plate. There's a bit of an acrid smell hanging in the air, but at least she hadn't set off the fire alarm. Yet. An turned off the stove, then with a flicker of her hand, then retrieved a knife from the drawer. She sawed off the worst of the burnt bits of the final slice of toast. Quackle, meanwhile, had taken a seat at the kitchen table, then said, I can always give you two of the slices which turned out best. Does that sound alright? Oh, An, would you really? Sure, I don't mind. You know I don't like sweets all that much anyway. The burnt bits might give it more depth of flavor. Is that what the professional and the chef? Is that what the professional chefs on TV say? Not as far as I'm aware. I'd probably say. An cleared her throat, then attempted an impression of a particular angry British chef, who Kumaku seemed to think about was hilarious. What have you done with the toast, you imbecile? It's so black it looks like it's been up in a chimney. Even starving Victorian orphans would turn their nose up for this. Quackle sputtered, and said, why the Victorian orphans? That sounds very specific. Very specific. I've been reading Dickens lately. Ah, him. Don't you care for Dickens? I don't care for anything with that much reading. I don't care about reading on. I have to stare at enough charts at work. I don't want to spend my free time deciphering all that text too. And besides, didn't Dickens write in English? Yes, but he was very popular. His works are available in Japanese, if you'd like to read them. I wouldn't, but thanks for the offer. Going through Instagram is all the way I need. Instagram, I haven't looked at it in ages. Suit yourself. Anne smiled vaguely as she finished plating up the French toast. Then she carried both plates over to the table, feeling like a regular housewife. All she was missing was the kerchief and an apron. Anne hadn't bothered to put an apron on though. She owned a couple. French toast was easy enough to make, and the pan had spattered on her. Anne also retrieved some honey from the fridge. It was a squeezy kind in a bottle, and a bag of powdered sugar. Here you go. Anne slided the bag for the waiting Kohaku. Add it yourself. You always like your toast much sweeter than I do. So I figured it's easier if you handle it. Thank you awfully, Miss Clements. You know me too well. I would like to think so, Miss Asaba, given we have been living together for over 2 years. You've got that right. Now, how sweet do I want these suckers? Don't add too much. You won't be able to taste anything else if you drown it. I know. I'll try to practice a bit of restraint. Quark's idea of restraint was a rather different beast to Anne's, however. She sprinkled rather a lot of powdered sugar on her French toast, so much so it looked like the plate had been caught in a blizzard. The sight of all that sugar turned Anne's stomach, but Kohaku seemed happy enough. Oh goody! This looks delicious. I can't wait to sink in. I'll take your word for it. Anne replied, wryly, now applying the powdered sugar to her own French toast. And don't hold back on my account. The toast will get cold otherwise. I wasn't planning on it. I might have good manners waiting until everyone's seated before you dig in, but this French toast is calling out to me. It has my name on it. Mom, I did make it for you. And I'm very grateful. You've excelled yourself. You haven't even tasted it yet, though. I don't need to. I can tell it'll be great by the smell alone. It got me salivating. Now, let me try a piece. Kohaku dug the tines of the fork into the side of her stack of French toast. Her stack of 2. She brought it to her lips, scattering powdered sugar across the table like it was fairy dust on the side. Then she plopped it into her mouth. Plopped it into her mouth. I watched Kohaku chew, a touch anxious. It doesn't matter how often Anne cooked for Kohaku, or how glowing Kohaku's review invariably were to her food. A knot of anxiety still tightened in the pit of Anne's stomach when Kohaku tried something she had cooked. Maybe it was too sweet after all. But it was. That would be Kohaku's fault. There's a pause, and then... really does hit the spot. You've done an absolutely great job, babe. Babe? Anne blushed pink all the way to the roots of her hair. Ah, I love them. They're so cute. I'm in heaven. She didn't always appreciate the pet names Kohaku used for her. She thought they were a bit diminutive. But she knew that Kohaku was just teasing. That was Kohaku all over. Really. She had to tease. It was one of her favorite pastimes. That and making Anne blush. It wouldn't have been hard for her to make Anne blush that much that morning, however, even if she had forgone the teasing. The negligee Kohaku was wearing was blush-worthy enough on its own, even without her comments. Kohaku looked very pretty, and had always thought that Kohaku had taken her breath away the moment she had first laid eyes upon her, standing out on stage in St. Cecilia's Assembly Hall. She looked much prettier dressed down. Her hair loosely around her face. wiggles eyebrows. Her legs looked very, very long as she swished her right one back and forth, crossed over the left. Kaku caught on staring, then smiled. See anything you like, darling? In the past, a leading remark like this would have turned An's face scarlet. And it did, literally, make her feel somewhat flustered. An was used to Kawaku's provocations, however, and knew they were all in good faith. An was able to overcome her shyness with a smile and said, "It would be a problem if I didn't, wouldn't it? You are my girlfriend." I guess I'll take that as a yes, then. Obviously, you're very pretty. If I didn't think that, I wouldn't be in a relationship with you. No, not that that's the only reason why I'm in a relationship with you, of course. Well, I'm glad. It'd be heartbroken if all you wanted from me was my sexy body. I looked down at her own French toast and mumbled, "Don't you think this is a bit egotistical?" What is? Call yourself sexy. It's a bit shameless. Says the woman who was underdressing me with her eyes oh so scandalously earlier. I love that they're so cute together. I love the dynamic. They're adorable. Kaku chuckled, then gave An a nudge under the table with her foot. You were being incredibly obvious. I wasn't. I'll be gone. But seeing Kaku's knowing smirk, her voice soon trailed away. Then, she sighed. Was I really that obvious? Yes, you were. It was very brazen, Miss Clement. And you say I'm shameless? What would your mother think? I don't know. I haven't spoken to her in years. Oh, yes. There's that. Kaku's voice trailed away and, abashed, stuck the tines of her fork into her French toast. I'm sorry, An. I wasn't thinking. It's alright. I guess it wasn't either. Not if I was staring at you. I'll have to remember to be more next time. Oh? Oh, I love them. Oh, they're so cute together. Kaku's dark eyes flashed with mischief, even brighter than the numerous piercings studded through her delicate earlobes. We can't see them! I want to see them. Does that mean, despite being called out, you plan to keep writing? You plan to keep right on staring? I don't know if I'm planning on it, really. It's a little hard not to when you dress like that. Is my outfit really that distracting? No, it is. It's very... Thinky. Well, that's the point. I want to entrance you, my dear An. So, you'll have eyes for me and only for me. Is it working? Is it working? I don't think I need to signify that with an answer. It should be honest. It should be obvious. Honestly. An sighed. She hasn't been awake for much more than an hour, and she already felt tired. But it wasn't in an unpleasant way, as often happened when her head was playing up. She was tired in a comfy, cozy sort of way. As much as Kohaku could annoy her sometimes. Nobody was better at it. I appreciated that Kohaku knew her well enough to know how to push her buttons. And in any case, Kohaku was careful never to go too far. She kept on too much to genuinely try to upset her. I don't understand where you get all your energy from. I thought you were supposed to be tired because you've been working so hard lately. I am tired, which is precisely why I need to poke fun at you. I don't follow. It's perfectly simple. Teasing you always helps restore my strength. Your blushing face provides me with even more energy than a bowl of rice in the morning. Not even no, 2 bowls. Unfortunately, I didn't make any rice. There's just French toast. And it's very good, too. It's real good. Are you sure? Isn't too sweet, is it? Oh, you know me. I don't do too sweet. More, saffron is better. That's what I always say. The more... Saccharin? I don't know. I said saffron. Saccharin. That's why I get along so well with you, I reckon. Am I really that sweet? You're the sweetest! You're my honey and my sugar. And your eggs and your flour? And my half a pound of butter and my preheated pan. Walker snickered. Oh, that's so cute. I love them. Meanwhile, examined her impassionately before, after a moment's pause, began to giggle too. Kwaku's chest, which was only practically concealed, looked even more impressive when she laughed, rising and falling beneath her gauzy nightwear. But this time, Ann tried not to stare. Instead, she focused on her breakfast. It wasn't wholly to Ann's taste, but Kwaku seemed to be enjoying it. She tore into it until there wasn't a single scrap left, and she even swirled the pad of her index finger about the plate to catch the last of the honey and powdered sugar. Ann watched her impassionately, now even more entranced by Kohaku's eating habits. They weren't exactly ladylike than she was with her clothes. Kohaku caught Ann's eyes and smiled. What is it, darling? Have you been entranced by my beauty again? Something like that, I suppose. Good, I'm glad. Kohaku leant back in her chair after finishing up her breakfast, reclining her one long lithe leg folded over the other. I can't leave life. She watched as Ann finish her own food. Kohaku might have had a ferocious appetite in the morning, but Ann had always picked at her food like a baby bird. Then said, "Come on. Any plans for the day?" Ann finished chewing her own mouthful of French toast, just cloying. Maybe she had to use too much butter. Then said, "Yes, I do. You know I do." "Do I?" Kohaku blinked, looking bemused, and for once, Ann didn't think she was doing a bit. She looked genuinely confused. Part of Ann wanted to scold Kohaku for being so forgetful. How could this have slipped her mind? Ann had told her about this weekend plans a full week in advance, but she saw the bags beneath Kohaku's eyes, almost as dark as her own, and thought against it. Kohaku might have been acting a fool all morning, but she had been working very hard lately. She had been taking on late night shifts at the hospital, and she hadn't been coming back home until well past midnight. Often she did go to get sleep. It wasn't full until 5 or 6 in the morning. Ann supposed she could forgive Kohaku for forgetting. She had been pushing herself too hard, both for her sake and for Ann's. For Ann to feel any genuine ill will towards her. It didn't help that she looked so nice in that nightgown either. She looks really nice in that nightgown. Look really nice in that nightgown, you know? You should remember. But it's alright if you don't. I know you've been busy, so I'll remind you again. We're supposed to be meeting up with Luna later. Does that ring a bell? Oh yeah, thanks for mentioning it. I think I do remember that. Though I think you told me before I was getting ready to head off for work, so I was in a bit of a muddle. Didn't you say Miss Spitfire is going to university in Tokyo now? That's right. Ann nodded, her half-eaten French toast forgotten. Her fork and knife, dusted with sugar, rested against the lip of her plate. Anna had kept in touch with Runa after leaving St. Cecilia's. Though it may have been more accurate to say that Runa kept in contact with Anne. She was always the one who initiated their conversations, but they hadn't spoken much. Sorry, distracted again. Where was done? I don't remember. I'm running out of time. I'm 20 minutes left. No. They had texted, but it had been an on and off situation. Contrary to the past, when Runa had bombarded Anna with dozens of texts only in 5 minutes, Runa had been unconsciously withdrawn. Her messages were more distant than usual, coolly cordial, in a manner which seemed distinctly un-Runa-like, and their conversations had been brief affairs. Runa had asked Anne how she had been doing, and Anne replied saying she was just fine, and Runa said that she was glad, and so on. They hadn't been the most illuminating conversations, but Anne had found their perfunctory nature something of a relief. It would have been a lie to say that she hadn't found Runa's obsessive style of friendship to be a touch oppressive in the past. Anne hadn't been too surprised, therefore, when Runa had texted her a couple of months ago with her current life update. Apparently, Runa was going to start studying in Tokyo in early spring, something she had deferred for a couple of years while she had decided what she wanted to do. Runa hadn't wanted to get to a university initially. She'd always hated academia, but her parents had pushed her onto it. They had convinced her that higher education would be useful for her in the future, regardless of what it was she wanted to be. After some back and forth with Anne on the subject, Runa decided to take her parents' advice, but she wasn't studying medicine or law, as her father would have appreciated. Instead, she was going to a teaching college, so she could one day work at a primary school. Runa moved to Tokyo, where her college was located, last week, but she'd been having some trouble fitting in. She felt adrift living in a large city like Tokyo, having spent so much of her life in a walled garden, which was St. Cecilia's, and she'd wanted to see Anne again. Her texts had gone a little like this. I think it's nice seeing your friendly face, and it's been a long time. I miss you, Anne. I don't want to be a bother, but would you mind meeting up? It'd be really nice to catch up with you. And you can even bring her with you. I don't mind. I still don't like her, but I can be the bigger one. I had pondered Runa's request for a full day before she had decided to accept. She hadn't seen Runa in over 2 years, and their parting had been under less than ideal terms. She worried that seeing her again would reopen old wounds, which had only just begun to heal. Anne still had nightmares about the rainy day in the school's rooftop where Runa had jumped. She could see it in her mind's eye, as if it were a movie. For a time, she replayed Runa's dramatic descent, the equally dramatic crack as her body had hit the ground like a rag doll every single night. Texting Runa every once in a while was manageable, but what about seeing her again, face to face? Anna wasn't sure. She was anxious. She had already agreed to the meeting, and she roped Kohaku into it. It was too late to back out now. I didn't want to stand Runa up. What if she was feeling out of sorts, adrift amongst an unfamiliar city? Her anxieties had returned in full force. Anne's stomach was churning so much she couldn't stomach breakfast. It really was too sweet. An nudged her food, her appetite shrinking to the size of a walnut. Okahaku frowned. Are you alright, An? Been spacing out for the last 5 minutes. That seems like a bit of an exaggeration. Your coffee hasn't even gone cold yet. An inclined her head in the direction of the hefty coffee mug, which sat beside Kohaku's empty plate, with tendrils of wispy steam which slowly unfurled. Kohaku glanced at it too, then smiled. Alright, maybe it was more like 1 minute, give or take. I feel like there'll be more taking than giving in this equation. But it felt like an eternity. Your eyes became so cloudy. Your expression was all far away. You were in a real daydream. What is it? What was it indeed? The haunted a vague inkling as to her feelings, though she wasn't sure whether she could really be likened to a daydream. It felt a little more like a nightmare. Ah! Maruna! Once more, Hun saw it, as if she was still there, standing on the roof in the cold, being peppered by the rain. She saw the dark clouds, saw the puddles, saw the bright red, like blood, of Runa's uniform. She heard Runa's laugh. Then she saw her jump. An winced. Kawaku gave her a prod. There! You're doing it again. You look like you're living in a different plane of reality to the rest of us, mere mortals. This isn't about Miss Spitfire, is it? I bit the inside of her cheek, but she said nothing. She didn't think she needed to. She had never been able to hide how she felt from Kohaku. Of course this was about Runa. Why else would she be so melancholy? An always felt melancholy when the topic of Runa came up. Though it wasn't, she kept trying to tell herself, Runa's fault. Runa hadn't done anything wrong, or at least she hadn't meant to. She hadn't been well. But neither had An, and she'd never throw herself off the rooftop. This was all such a mess. Hey, you really don't look too good. I don't know if this is something as an aspirin can fix. You have that look on your face. You always do before you have an episode. Do I? An frowned, massaging your temples with her fingertips. Now that Kohaku mentioned it, one could feel that familiar stirring of a headache coming on, though she thought this had more to do with her overthinking things than it did her health. She had been feeling quite well lately, as a matter of fact, at least until this visit with Runa had arrived. Yes, you do. I'm not sure if you're up to going out at all, especially not with Miss Spitfire. I have nothing against her, but it's incredibly energetic. She's a real live wire at St. Cecilia's, and it'd be worse now if she's been let off into the open. You make her sound like an escaped animal at a zoo. That's how much kids look at you. That's how most kids look to me. Though I think Miss Spitfire is a little more like a golden retriever than a giraffe or a zebra. You mean she's loyal? To a fault. But she's also very loud. Well, it wasn't the most flattering of comparisons, but it wasn't inaccurate either. I couldn't argue with it. I know you agreed to meet up with her, but you should put your health first. If you're not feeling up to it, you should call it off with... I'm sure Runa wouldn't mind. Are you? An raised an eyebrow. They're talking about the girl who'd thrown herself off the school roof, after all. And Kohaku demurred. Alright. No, she probably would mind. That's what I thought. But she's a big girl now. She's not a little girl. She's not a kid. Not like she was. She's, what, 19? She just turned 20. 20 then! That's not so little at all. I'm sure she'll have done some growing up since we last saw her, and a bit of a reflecting. I doubt she'd want to drag you around the houses if you're not well. Can't you reschedule it? Since she's living in Tokyo now, you can arrange to meet up with her later. It's hardly the end of the world. Han pondered Kawaku's advice, leaning back in her chair. It wasn't bad advice, really. It was quite sound and sensible, as a matter of fact. But Han wasn't sure whether she could take it. Han wanted to call things off with Runa. It would have made her day much, much easier. But that would have felt cowardly. Runa had been looking forward to seeing her, and she'd been gracious enough to let Kohaku tag along, despite not really getting on with her. Knowing Runa, she'd probably been counting the days down until she could see On again. Since she lived in Tokyo now, rescheduling wouldn't have been too much of a tall order, but On didn't want to disappoint her. She'd done more than enough of that already. She wanted to show Runa she could be a good friend, even though she'd done a shockingly poor job of it in the past. And she was, after a pause, On said, "I'll be fine. I'll be fine." You sure? Are you sure? Yes, I'm sure. But you look so peaky. If you have another migraine, I won't. I think today will be a good day. Maybe so. But if you exhaust yourself, Kohaku, please. I'm sure I'll be fine. You don't need to baby me. I'm not an infant. I know you're not. Kohaku relented, perhaps realizing she'd gone too far. Her eyes trickled into corners, and softly she said, "I'm sorry, An. I don't want to keep nagging you, but I'm still worried. But I still worry. I can't really help it with your condition." I know you can't. I worry about it too. But I think you can stand to fuss about yourself more. You work much, much harder than I do. Well, you know what they say. There's no rest for the wicked, and I'm pretty wicked myself. You think you're wicked? Some of my classmates at the university probably did. What with all my piercings, they didn't think it was very ladylike. I'm sure Miss Spitfire would agree with on that score. She never really liked me. It's a surprise she's willing to see me again. Unless this is some sort of dastardly plot of hers, and she means to push me in front of a moving train. Kohaku. An shouted Kohaku a warning look, but the audacity of Kohaku's remark made it hard to keep a straight face. She wanted to look angry, but for a few moments, she even managed it. The thin line of her mouth soon began to wobble, however, and after a pause, she giggled. Kohaku perhaps reassured An's laughter. Reassured by An's laughter, I began to giggle too, and in time, the kitchen was filled with sounds of their shared mirth. The awkwardness that An had felt before, at the prospect of seeing Runa, had been swept clean away. Talking to Kohaku always did cheer her up. An, I missed you! Okay. Especially what I have to continue with. I think I'm gonna end it there for today. I'm gonna stop for today. We'll come back to this next week. We'll continue this on next week. Yeah, and then I doubt it filled a whole stream slot. I will have a backup thing planned. So let's get out of here first before we continue talking about stream plans. If I continue talking about stream plans of such degree. Alright, let me just close. Let me see the game again. Make sure I'm saved. Yeah. I'm gonna close the game out. Yes. Okay. That is it for me today. As much as I'd love to finish playing this, I have plans this evening, and I can't stay here for ages. And I need to go have a shower, have dinner, so I gotta go get ready for do those things before I can, you know, what am I talking about? I need to go do that before so I, you know, don't want to be late for my prior plans. But I will be continuing the Fragile Feelings after April. I think it's called after April, another April. Another April. Next week, we're gonna continue finishing off that story. It's so cute so far. I love them. I love Kohaku. I love An. They're so adorable together. And also, I'm very happy we got to finish Her Love Like Poison. It was very good. It was a very good story. Very good story. But okay, we have the usual raid target, of course. But anyone else I know anyone else doing any categories? Any? Oh, ooh, someone playing gay game. 2. Oh, co-streaming. Ooh, gay game stream. I could dehydrate actually. I want to dehydrate and I'll figure out what I'm gonna raid. I'll be back in a minute and yeah, I'm gonna do that real quick. BRB. Okay. I'm dehydrated. Okay, let's see. People playing a gay game. People playing a lesbian, a dark lesbian game. I finished a bit ago. Looks at this stairs. Okay, that's what I meant. Interesting. Oh, I'm gonna do this art. Yeah, we're gonna be usual then. We're gonna be usual. Anyways, we're gonna head to Leary. Lovely pink-haired cat girl, Leary. We love her. We love Leary. We're gonna go say hi to her. She's doing some more blueprints. I think it's last blueprints for the next few weeks until she gets back from Expo, which I cannot go to sadly. It is in fucking UK and I'm too far away. But again, that is it for me today. Thank you all for hanging out. Hope you all enjoyed. Hope you all enjoyed me playing Her Love Like Poison. It's good. It's a good game. You should check it out yourself. Click all the pre-art. It's a good game. It's like $10. It's like $10. I think so. I've actually no. I actually don't know how much it is. I think a video game. How much is this actually? And it's less than $10 actually. It's less than $10. It's good. It's good price. But that is it for me today. I'm gonna go have a shower, have some dinner. Next stream will be tomorrow, Monday 3 p.m. EST. I'll be playing some more Mysteries of the Kaya. Until then, have a little bit of dinner, whatever. I'm gonna have a shower, dinner, and have a lovely time, guys. Until next time.